Hello everyone, wherever you are watching from all over the world. I'm glad that you can join me today. This is Microsoft Word full course, and in this course we'll be having three levels: the beginners, the intermediate, and the advanced level. Now in the beginners level we are going to deal with four modules. The first module will be talking about getting started with Microsoft Word, and then we'll move on to how we can do basic text editing and formatting. And then in module 3 we are going to look at list, how we can create a multi-level list. We will look at list layout and then proving. And lastly, in the beginners level we are going to look at how we can work with basic shapes and then images. So those are the topics we are going to cover. Before we go into the main lesson, I have these practice files. You can actually use it to evaluate yourselves and to, of course, enhance your skills. So you don't only have to open them. Once you open them, you find series of tasks that you have to complete for each of the modules, so that you can actually use that to evaluate yourself. So I have all the files that are here, that are in the folder. I will leave the link in the description. You only have to download it, unzip the file, and then you have all these practice files there. So I will expect that at the end of the course, when you are done, you will of course submit all the exercise that is contained in this file, because this is a certification course. You get a certificate that you can verify online with a verification link. So if you actually complete all of the exercises, so to submit, when you are done with it, you simply have to open this file, open this document. When you open, you have this. So if you want to submit, once you are done with the practice file and you want to submit it, you can copy this link and paste it in your browser. For example, I'll simply copy, and then I'll open my lab, and then I'm going to paste. Then that should open up for me. And you can see, I can put your name, you can put your email with which you are going to receive your certificate, and then you can add the file here in here. So you can actually do that, or better still, you can put your cursor here, say control click to follow. You press on your control key on your keyboard, you click, and that should also open and then take you to where you can submit the practice file once and for all. And that's number one. Then the second assessment is the quizzes that I have prepared. So you simply have to come in, put your cursor here, control click and follow, or you can simply copy this link, paste it in your browser, and you should be able to attempt all the quiz questions that are there. So these are the two conditions for the award of certificate. If you are able to submit your practice file, you are able to complete the assessment, I assure you that you get a verifiable certificate that you can use as an evidence of your new skill and achievement. And if you have any question, you can of course click here. You'll be put your cursor here. You'll be able to write to me in this very place. Thank you so much. I wish you the best of luck. All right, welcome back. So let's just go ahead. I'm going to launch my Microsoft Word, and then once I click for the very first time, once you open, depending on the version of your office, of your Microsoft Word office, this is how it should open for you. And then the very first thing that we'll notice there is, of course, we have this button that we can reference to, three of them, very big. And then of course we have these other three that we'll talk about them later. Then from the view, as you can see, there are a lot of things that we can do. Here we have new. If we want to create a new document, we can actually click here, and then here we have a host of pre-installed office templates that we can actually choose from. And then if you actually need more, we can actually click on more template, and then it's going to give us more templates to actually choose from. And then apart from that, if we click on new, just click on new, and then like I said earlier, we have the blank view, the blank document, and then we have a host of others. Now, in case you want to create other template, for example, we have a calendar that we can just click on it, and then it will give us, of course, a calendar. We have a cover letter that we can take, and then we have a host of others. And if there are other templates that you will need, I would suggest that you can of course search from here, and then if you it's actually business, you can click on business, and then it will bring a lot of pre-installed template that you can actually use, and there are so many. All you need to do, it is flyer, card, letters, education. All you need to do is just to click on any one of them. Let's say I want to insert this calendar. I simply have to click on it, and then it appears, and then I can click on create, and then I have my calendar. So that is that. The other thing that we can talk about is the open. That is, you want to open an existing Word document that has been still saved on your system before, then you simply click on open, and then that should give you the option to open. And then we can talk about account that will actually refer the kind of office that you have. For example, if I just click on this, my account, and then that will give me the basics, the preview of the kind of office that I have. As you can see that I have the Microsoft Office Professional Plus 2024, and this is the latest Office application from Microsoft, except if you are using the Office 365, which is a subscription. This is actually the best that you can get. This particular office was released 1st October 2024, and it is the latest from so you can just do a one-time installation and activation of this, and then you are good to go. And also other things that we can talk about is that you can see here the office theme. We can actually change our office theme. This is the theme I'm currently on, is of course colorful. I can decide to change that. I have the dark gray, and then I have the black. I have the white, and then we have the system default, and then we have the colorful. So let's just go and since we are familiar with this, let's just go ahead and use the colorful. So that is that. So we can go back to new. So when we talk about Microsoft Office, for example Word specifically, we are talking about a word processing software. The first edition was released 25th October 1982. So this year 2025, Office application is actually 42 years old, and it has been around, and since the 1990 it has been the standard for Word document. So since you use it, I think you should learn to use it professionally, and that is what we are going to do in this course. So we can go ahead and let's create our first blank document. We can go ahead and click here, and then we are presented with this view. So let's just look at some of the things that we should learn in this very place. And this is our main document area. This is our canvas. This is our main document area. Here is a little bit shady. If you look at this place, and if you look at this place, it's a little bit shady, nothing to really show, and that is part of the canvas. It depends on your view, it depends on your zoom. If you zoom a very high level, then all of these places we actually make use of them. And then here we can see that we have a bit of ruler ahead here that we can use, and then we also have it at this very other end that we can make use of them. And then here we have the ribbon. We have the ribbon here, and then here we have our quick access toolbar. This is our quick access toolbar. Here we have the name section. That is when you give your document a name, this is where it's going to appear. And then depending on the version of your office, this is where we have the search. You can search whatever, you can search for anything within Word, and then you are going to have that. And then here we have a little bit of where we can minimize, maximize, and then we can entirely close our office directly. And then here we have the view section that we can take a look at. We are going to see all of these later as we go on. So basically, and then this is what we have. So when you click on any tab, you are presented with a list of options. For example, if I click on File, I will have this list of options. I have a whole list of options that I can work with on File. Here, I've actually explained these three. And then here, I can get the info on my document. Here, I can save. Here, I can save as, that is, if I want to save to other location. And here, I can even save it as a PDF. Here, I can print. And here, it gives me the option to share and a lot of others. So that is what we have. And then if you go to the Home tab, within the Home tab, this is the Home tab. Within the Home tab, we have this list of options that we can select from within the Home tab. And then each of the Home tab, they are, of course, they are put into sections. For example, we can categorize this as section 1, and then it is a command group that we can call it. This is a name. Clipboard, we can say this is the Clipboard command group. And then we have a little bit of icon that if you click on it, it's going to expand and it gives you other options. And then this is another section within the font command group. And then you can see this is the font command group. And then we click on this very small dot, you get a list of options, additional tools that you can work with. And then if we go ahead, we have the paragraph, another command group. This is the paragraph command group. And then you also have this option. And then you can go ahead to style. This is another one, the command group, style. And then if we click here, we are going to have other style template that you can select from. And then we have a list of other like editing. We are working with PDF, and then we have add-ons and so on and so forth. And then if you click on this small pointing up, you can actually collapse the ribbon this way, and then you don't get to see anything again. So that is how what we can do. Collapse is you can actually click on any of the tabs, it comes back, and then you can pin it again. You can pin it again this way, and then you have your interface the way it should be. And then apart from that, we can go to insert. This, of course, gives us the option to insert all kinds of things into our Word document. Here we have the page command group. This is the page command group. Here we have the table. Here we have our illustration. Here we can insert all kinds of things into our Word document, from pictures to shape to icons to 3D models, SmartArt, charts, and of course even screenshot. And then we can, here we have the option for media where we can insert videos. And then you can see that we have the command group links, can insert all forms. So the insert tab gives us the option to insert all kinds of things into our Word document. We will begin to make use of all of these once we begin to, of course, insert text into our Word document. And then you can go to draw. Here we have a bit of command group. This is input mode, and this is the drawing tool. All of these we can make use of them. And then we have the stencil, we have edit, we have convert, we have insert, replay, and then we have the help command group. And then we can go on to design. We don't have much of command group here, but this section is actually also very useful. So we have the document formatting here, and this is the entire stuff here. If we click on it, you have a list of other options that we can work with. And here we have the option to insert watermarks and a whole lot of others. And then we can, of course, come to layout. Under our layout, we have this command group, that is page setup command group. We have our paragraph, and then we have arrange. So those are the three command groups that we have under layout. And then you can come to references. Here, very useful for if you are writing an academic research work. We can talk about table of content. We can talk about footnotes. We can talk about research. These are command groups that we have. We can talk about citation and bibliography, can talk about all others index, and then table of authority. And all of these, we are going to look at them one after the other. And then we can come to mailing. Though basically, we want to send out, maybe you organize a conference and you want to send certificate to a lot of people. You can actually make use of mailing, where you send a mail merge to as many as possible. We also practice it in the course of this course. So these are the command group that we have under mailing. And then we can come to review, and then where we can do proving. Like I said, proving, we can there's language, stability, there's speech, and a whole lot of others. Where here we have the comment under the command group. Here we can track a lot of things within our document changes. We can compare and a lot. So the modern word is, it has a lot. It has a lot for us. So, and then here we can talk about view. We can talk about view, where we have, this is the view command group, and then this is the show command group, this is the zoom command group, and this is the window command group. And then here we have macro and a lot of others. And then here, if you take a look at this also, you can take a look at this also. And then this is also we can also access that from here. So if I just put my mouse here, you can see that this is the I'm particularly here now, and then I can take this to preview. Now this is the read mode, as you can see, and then this is the print layout view. As you can see, this is the print layout view, and then this is the web mode, and then we have a lot of, so here I can zoom in this way, and then I can also zoom out this way from here. And here also from the view tab, I can do all of that. I can zoom. For example, let's say I want to go to 200%. I can click on 200%, and you can see that it is a bit wide. And then, or let me come back to 100% view. Then we have a lot of it. So here we, like I said, we have them here. Also, we have them here. You can see. So this is the read mode. This is the print layout. This is the mode I'm currently in, and then this is the web mode, and a lot of others like that. So now other thing that we can talk about before we go ahead is the quick access toolbar. And this is our quick access toolbar here. So you can see that we have some icons here. We can actually add, there are some things that you do repeatedly, you want to include those in your quick access toolbar. So you can simply come to this small arrow pointing down and click on it, and then you see this list of options. I can see that these are the options that I have my own quick access toolbar. I have the name, open, save, email, I have the undo and redo, and you can also customize yours. You can add as many as possible. For example, if you want to add or if you want to remove any icon from your quick access toolbar, you want to customize it, you simply have to come here, just come here, click on this, and then click on show more command. So once you have more command, you can see we have, this is the popular command. These are the popular command, but you can go to, and then these are the popular command section, and then these are the quick access toolbar. So those are the stuff that I have on my quick access toolbar: new file, open, and we have a whole list of others. If there are anyone that I want to remove, for example, let me say I want to remove shrink to one page, I simply have to click on it, and then I'll click on remove, and then it is gone. It will be gone from my quick access toolbar. If there's any I want to add, I simply have to come here, click on this popular command, and then click on command not in the ribbon, or you can click on all command. So once you click on it, you have a long list of items that you can add to your quick access toolbar. Let's say I want to add zoom to my quick access toolbar. I can click on it, and then I can click on add, and then zoom will be visible in my quick access toolbar. Let me click on OK, and then I have it. So as you can see here, I now have the zoom, so I can zoom my document by just one click. I want to go to 100%, or do I want to go 100%, or do I want to go 75? Or I can even customize it right from here. So that is what the quick access toolbar does. So you can go ahead and explore it and add some items to your quick access toolbar. Here I have, you can see, new blank document. If I want to create a new blank document, I simply have to click here, and then you can see I have a new document. So here, this is the save. I can simply click here, and then this is save. This is open. I want to open an existing document. This is the email, and then this is undo and redo, and then this is zoom. So these are the items that I have on my quick access toolbar. So let me just close this document. I'm not going to need it. Then another thing that we can talk about in our ribbon, we've talked about review. We can talk about the view. Talk about that. We can talk about help. This is also a tab that is very, very essential. If there's anything that you will need, for example, under our help, this is help. We have the show training. You can go through a bit of training. You don't even have to go to the internet. You can write from Word. You can actually do that. You can contact support, and then this is help. So if there's anything that you want to do and you don't know how to do it, you can actually get help within. So I will simply click on it. So once I click on it, it brings up my help status here from on my left hand side, and then you can search. Let's say I want to learn how to save a document. I can just type save, and then I will search. So we have our step. As you can see that it says that this is how to save a document, and then it gives you a step-by-step procedure. You open the file tab and select save as or save a copy, and then you can save to OneDrive or you can save to your local computer, and it even show you kind of a step-by-step process. You can see here, you can see save as and all of that. So this is how to get help within Microsoft Word. Is very, very useful. So I want to say that I want to highly recommend that if there's anything that you don't know how to do within your Word document, you can go for help and request for help within Microsoft Word. Then another thing that we can talk about is that once you are done working on your document, you should learn how to save your document. So to save your document, you can literally press on Ctrl S from your keyboard, and your Word will prompt you to give your document a name and then also a location. Or you can come to File, you can click on File, and then you see the Save option and the Save As. The two are a little bit different. You can, if you want to save a document for the very first time, you can use this Save, or you can also use this, but mainly this is used if you want to save to a different location. Let's say you've saved a document before and now you want to save it to another location. You can use the save and so on and so forth. So from here, let's say we want to save this particular document, we can click on save. You can simply click on save, and then we have a list of options that we can save from. We can save it to our OneDrive, online, on the cloud, or we can save it to any of this location on our computer, or we can even browse for a location. If there's any particular location you want to save to, you can browse for location in your on your computer, and a whole lot of that. I can come here and put it there, and then I can give it a name here, and then we have the document type. So this is Word document. We can save it the latest that uses the docs, and then we can save it as a macro enabled document. We'll come to that later. Or if you want to send it and you think that maybe the person that will be getting maybe may have a older version of Office 1997 to 203, you can actually use this to save. And then we have all other you can save as PDF and a whole lot of others format like that we can save it. Explore our interface and every other thing within our ribbon. Then let's go ahead and begin to add text and begin to do a little bit of formatting. I'll see you then. Alright, welcome back to Module 2. I want to encourage you to practice what you have learned in Module 1. Just explore your new skill and see what you can make of it. So in Module 2, we're looking at the basic text editing and formatting, and that's what we want to actually look at. Now, we have actually seen how we can open a Word document, and then we have a blank Word document in front of us. And then from here, we can see that we have a blank canvas where we can enter our text. And then here we have these spaces that of course we can increase or decrease as the case may be. And on our page preview, if you look at here at this bottom here, we have these 3 page layout options. Here we have the read mode, here we have the print layout mode, and then here we have the web mode. We can decrease or increase as we want, as the case may be, but let's just leave it at that. So we now have our blank document, and we can begin to enter text and begin to format text. And if you want to enter your text, you can see where my cursor, the cursor is blinking. You can start entering your text from this particular area, but it doesn't have to be this area. You can begin to enter your text from any part of the canvas. For example, if I want to start entering my text from here, I simply have to double click here, and then you see that my cursor is blinking, and then I can now begin to enter my text from. So you can actually begin to enter your text from anywhere, but let's just keep it simple and let's begin to enter our text right from here. So let's just enter a random text. Let me say equals to rand. I just want to input a random text. Let's say 3 paragraphs of 2 lines each. Let's put it that way. All right, perfect. And then we have it. So let's say we have now the first thing that we want to learn in text editing and formatting is that we want to look at typing, selecting, and moving text. This is a way of typing. Wherever your cursor is blinking, you can begin to type from your keyboard and just type ahead. And then if you want to select text, there are various ways in which you can use to select text. For example, if you double click twice here, Microsoft Word will select the first text, the first word. But if you triple click 3 times, it will select the whole paragraph for you, as you can see. So that's part of selecting. Or you can bring your cursor from here, select this, drag it down, and then you can select every other one. Or you can simply press on Ctrl A. Ctrl A is a shortcut where it will allow you to select all your entire text within a particular document. So that's how to go about it. You can select your text in various. So before you can format text or whatsoever, you will need to select it. And once you select, you see that we have this dialog box coming up, and then from here we can begin to format and manipulate our text. But let's just keep it simple. Now another thing that we want to do is that how do we move text from one place to another? To move our text, you can actually, if you want to, for example, let's say we have this paragraph, this line of paragraph, this 3rd paragraph. Let's say I want to move it from being the 3rd paragraph to the 1st paragraph. How do I do that in Word? How do I do that in MS Word? So I simply have to highlight this way. Once I highlight my text that I want to move, then on my keyboard, I can use the shortcut keyboard by pressing on my Alt key plus Shift, and then my top arrow key. You can see that text is being moved. If you want to move it down, just press your arrow key down. With your Alt and Shift key, press down, and then you can just move your text around in MS Word. That's one trick that you can use. Then how do we delete text? We've talked about typing, selecting, moving, and then deleting. If you want to delete text, you simply have to highlight any text that you want to delete. Let's say you want to delete a paragraph, or you want to delete the entire text, the entire document, whatever text that you want to delete. Just make sure that you highlight it, and then you can simply press delete on your keyboard. So that's how to, of course, delete on text in Microsoft Word. Then we can talk about another thing that we should talk about under text formatting is clipboard. Now, what do I mean by clipboard? Now, when you copy text, and you just say you highlight text this way, and then you press on Ctrl C, copy, or when you right click, and then we have the option to cut, we have the option to copy. So when you click on copy, now that text is actually copied to your clipboard. So how do we so that's one way. And then you copy text, this is copy. Then if you want to cut text, that is, you want to remove that text from the present location to another location, you can simply right click again and then click on cut. Then you can see that the entire chunk of text is gone. And then there are also keyboard shortcuts for all of these. To copy, you can simply press on Ctrl C, and then to cut, you can simply press on Ctrl X to cut. So that's copy, cut, and then, for example, after you have copied or cut, you want to paste it somewhere, so you can simply Ctrl C. Then let's say I want to have it here, I will simply press on Ctrl V, and then I have that text here. That's how to copy, cut, and paste, and a host of others like that. And then you may want to talk about format painters. Format painters is very, very useful, and it helps you to quickly, you don't have to go through series of formatting once again. Let's say I have formatted this text. Let's say I bolded it, apply italics, and then underline, and even a text color as the case may be. And then let's say I change the font to, let's say, this. Now, since I have this, now let's say I want to again make this to be exactly like this. I don't have to go through the process of highlighting, formatting, and all of that. So what I will just do is that I will just click here, and then I'll click on Format Painters, and then you can see my cursor has actually changed. And then I'll simply highlight this entire text, and then you can see now have the same format that we have here. That same format has now been applied to this also. So that's some of the things that you will learn about Clipboard. Now, to see more example, you can come to the Clipboard command group. This is the Clipboard command group, and here we have the format painters. If you click on this small arrow, small dot, and then you can read all of these and all of that and all of that once again. So we even have the paste special here that you can set. You can see it. We have the paste special here. You want to paste as text only. You want to paste picture. You want to match formatting, and then this is a keep source formatting and all of that. So you can do paste special here and all of that and all of that. So that is that about the Clipboard command group, the basis about Clipboard. Now we can go to the font command group. Now this is very, very important. If we come to the home tab, this is the home tab, and then we have the Clipboard command group, and then secondly we have the font command group. Now all these are under the font command group. This is the font command group, and if you click on this small dot here, you get more options for you to actually do some manipulations to your text. So let's see how we can actually make use of the font command group. Now, to clear this formatting, all this formatting that we have, I will simply highlight all of my text, and then I'll come here. There's a clear all formatting, and then I'll click, and then you see that my text is back to what we have originally. So I'm going to delete this. So we now have 3 paragraphs of 2 lines each. Now let's talk about the font command group. Now if you look at my text, if I double click, I want to highlight the first text, the first word. If I want triple click, I want to highlight the entire paragraph, and that's that, or line as the case may be. Now from the highlight that I have done, I can see if I come to the font command group, I can see that this is the font for my text, and this is the font size 12, and then you can see a host of others. So here I can do a little bit of manipulation to my text by highlighting it. First, I can change the font to any of these as I wish. For example, let me change this to Taoma. You can see I've changed the font. I can decide to increase the font size. You can see it to 18, from 12 to 18. And you can see that it's now distinct from the rest of the text. The text are highlighted. So those are things that I can do. And then others is that I can come here. This is bold. If I want to bold my text, if I click on bold, Ctrl B to bold, and then italic, you want to italicize your text, maybe to draw emphasis, to lay emphasis on it and all of that. So that's Ctrl I. You can actually do that under the font command group. And then you want to underline rather, you want to click on it, and then it underlines your text. And then if you click on this small dot pointing down, you see a host of other underlining options. You can see this is a double underline, this is a very thick underline, this is break, and a whole lot of other. So in modern Microsoft Word, Microsoft Word, all these options are of course available. And then if you want to apply double underline, it is here. You can actually see this is double underline. Or better still, you can press on your Ctrl plus Shift plus D. That will give you the shortcut to double underline. Ctrl plus Shift plus D. That's double underline. And then we talk about the font size. We can talk about the color. We come here, the text color. You have the text color. It is this is the default. It is black. You can change your text color to any of these as the case may be. Let's say I want to have it this way. You can also change the color. You can bold, italicize, and then you can underline as the case may be. So those are ways to format your text to make sure that your text looks very okay, clean, and professional. Very, very important. So I want to go back and clear. I want to highlight this, and then I want to clear it, clear the all formatting as the case may be. Now, other options from the font command group that we can actually talk about are this is of course increase font size. You want to click on it to increase your font size, and then here you want to click on this, you want to decrease your font size as the case may be. And then here we have the word art. If you want to apply all of this to your text, that's there for you. And then here we have, you want to make reference, you want to highlight your text, you can actually do that. It will change the background of your text as the case may be. For example, let's say this, for example, I want to draw attention to it. I will just come here and then pick yellow, and then you can see that the background of that particular text has been changed to yellow. So it now draws attention to whoever that will be reading this text. So if you go ahead and click on this small dot under the font command group, and then you get a list of others. Let's explore others. I still want to underline this particular text, and then here you talk about the sentence scale that you want to have that. This is lowercase, changes everything to lowercase. This is uppercase, changes everything to capital letter upper, and then you want to capitalize each word as the case may be. And then you have the toggle the toggle one. So all of these are available if you want to make use of them. And then I've talked about the text color and all of that. And also, if you click on this small dot, you will have additional tools to work with under the font command group. You can change the font size, italics, and all of that font size. And then the effect are here. You want to strike through. For example, if you want to create, let's say, for example, you want to create a Naira sign, you highlight this, you come here, and then you click a strike through, and then you have a Naira sign, as the case may be. So all these are available for you to format your text and all of that. And then you have the sub through and all of that, double strike through and all of that. So you can actually take advantage of all of this. And then if you go to advanced, there are other additional tools that you can make use of. And that's that about the font command group. Now let's explore the paragraph command group. Very essential, very essential when you are working with Word document. Now I want to highlight this once again and clear all the formatting, as the case may be. I want to clear it, no color, so I want to clear it as the case may be. So let's talk about the paragraph command group. So here we have the paragraph command group, and all of these can actually use to actually work under the paragraph command group. And if you click on this small dot, you are going to have access to additional tools for you to work with. So let's see what we have now. Let me create some of this. I want to have this. Okay, now we have this text. If you want to create a bulleted list, now starting from here, we can actually do all of that. You can see a number of bulleted lists that we can create. Let's say we have this. This is one. We come here. If I want to, if I do like this, then you have another list. Then and then you can go on and on to create a bulleted list, and then you can see all the bullets are here. Here, this is a numbering list. Let's say you want to change all of these to numbers, just highlight them and then come here, pick any of these. These are numbers, these are Roman numerals, alphabet. You can do all of these. Just pick any one that you want to add to your text, and then you be able to add it to your text. And then here, this is if you want to create a multi-dimensional list. We are going to get to that where we create a multi-dimensional list. We can actually do it. So we'll get to that place where we'll be able to create a multi-dimensional list from here. And here we have the decrease indent, and then we have the increase indent where we'll be able to create. So when we get to no other part of the lesson, we'll be able to make use of all of these. And then here we have the align left, align center, align right, and then we have justify. These are very essential. For example, if I highlight all of my text, this is align left. If I put it to center, you can see it will centralize all my text. If I click on this, it will align the text to the right. But if I click on this, it will actually justify the text. And this is actually the one that is most used when creating a professional Word document. So you want to make sure that you justify your text so that it looks professional. And then here we want to talk about line spacing. Very important. For example, if I highlight my text this way and I click on this, now this is 1.0 line spacing. Now this is 1.1. As you increase it, your text, the space between your text it gets bigger and bigger. This is 1.1, which is very good when you are working on research paper, writing a book and all of that. 1.5 is actually the standard. Very good. And then this is 2.0, and then you can go on and on like that. And then we have others like that. For example, If I click here, say add space before paragraph, if I click on this, there's nothing. Now I want to remove space after paragraph. So these are things that when you add it, it makes your document highly professional and looking good. And then here we have the theme color, the one we have set it to. You can see it if we just apply it to the background and all of that. So you can simply make use of all of this. And here we have borders. If you want to apply borders to your work, you can actually make use of all of these borders. So just like tables, but these are not tables, you can see. So but we get to where we begin to use all of them as the case may be. Now that is that about the paragraph command group. Now another very important thing that we can talk about is this particular paragraph show hidden. If I click on it, to show me everywhere I press my enter, everywhere that's paragraph, to actually show it to me. So we will make use of it more in the course of the lesson. So I want to turn it off. Let me turn it off, and then it is turned off. Now another thing that we can talk about is style, word style. That's another command group. I will just lay the foundation here, and later in the course of the course we can dig deep more into it. Now styles are very important in Word. For example, if you look at the style we are in, we are under the default stuff, the normal style. Now for example, if I highlight and if you take a look at this style, and then you can click here to get more. This is the style command group, and then we have all of this stuff there. So if I want to expand it, I can simply click on it, and then we have all of. So we have the normal. We are under the normal. We have this. We have the heading style 1, heading 1. We have the heading 2. We'll get to a place where we'll create a document, and then we'll make use of all these headings so that we can know how to make use of them. And then we have the title, we have the subtitle. All of these are very essential. And then we can even create our own style. We click on create style. You can create your own style, and then you can modify a existing one. Do look at all of this. You can add your font size, bold or italic. All of these you can use to create your style. So we get to all of that in the course of this lesson. That's another thing. Now, as I want to close module 2, where we'll talk about formatting and editing in Microsoft Word, the basic one, we want to talk about, let's quickly talk about the undo and the redo. The undo and the redo and autosave. Now, undo means go back to the previous option. For example, if I delete this, I want to delete this. Now, if I want to do it, I want to what I have done, I want to undo it. I simply have to press on Ctrl Z, and then that text that was deleted is now back. That's that. And then redo means the opposite side. So that you can just press on Ctrl Y, and then that will, of course, delete that text that was called back. So that's undo and then redo. So these are also skills that are essential in Microsoft Word when you're working and want to create a professional looking document. And then also lastly, I want to talk about autosave in Microsoft Word. Now, to turn on your autosave, just go to your, click on File, and then come to More, and then come to Options. Now you have this dialog box popping up, and then you can go to Save, and then you see here, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Now look at the setting that I have here. Now my own setting is that Microsoft Word will automatically save my work every 10 minutes. Because I'm working on a laptop, it's okay for me. But if you are using a desktop and you are in an area where power is epileptic, you may want to actually change this setting so that Word can save whatever document you are working on maybe every 2 minutes. So if you want to set that, you can simply come here, just reduce this minutes, and then you have 2 minutes. So Microsoft Word will save your work every 2 minutes, so that if there is any power outage and every other thing, your document will be automatically saved. You can recover most of the work that you have done. But for me, I think 10 minutes is okay because I work on a laptop and the battery is fairly good. So that is how you can turn on your autosave. If I don't want to have the autosave, I'll simply uncheck this and then no autosave. But I want to highly recommend that you tick on this box and then set your minute appropriately, and then set the location of where you want to have your document saved, or you can just leave it as default, and then the Word document will be saved. Thank you so much. This is the end of module 2. I'll see you in module 3. Thank you. All right, welcome to module 3. In this module, of course, we'll be looking at list, layout, and proofing. That is what we want to actually focus our attention on. But I want to again advise and encourage that you take the practice file and practice some of the skills you have learned in the first and the second module. Now let us go. Now let me get rid of this. I will just delete, and then we have a blank canvas. I'm going to add a little bit of text. So let me just add a little bit of text. We want to say module 3. Now in module 3, we'll be looking at list, layout, and proofing. List, layout, and proofing. That is what we'll be looking at in this module. And of course, the first thing that we want to actually look at is we want to create a bulleted list and a number list. So I will say and actually achieve all of this. Now let me add a chunk of text so that we can actually use that to achieve our goal. So I want to say, all right, now we want to look at bulleted list. So we can actually create a bulleted list from this list which I have created. For example, this is the module that we are actually working on. So I want to centralize this and give it a bold, something like this. And then under that, we want to talk about bulleted list. And then under the bulleted list, I want to actually use this the geopolitical zones in Nigeria to actually teach that. Now we have 6 zones. We have the southwest, we have the south-south, southeast, and so on and so forth. Now from here, we can create a bulleted list or a number list. For example, if I just highlight this text, this chunk of text, and I want to click on this bullet, which means that I want to pick the default bullet. By clicking on it, I'll create a bulleted list, or I can simply click on this arrow and then I can select any of these bullets, and then of course I can use it. So that's one. And then the same thing with the number list. If I just click here, I have the numbers, and if I want to expand, I have other options that I can use, A, B, C, and so on and so forth. But we just keep it simple now like this. Now we can go ahead and expand this list. Now if I want to expand this list, we know that in southwest Nigeria there are some states within the southwest Nigeria. If I want to go ahead, I can just come here and then press my enter. Now once I press my enter, I have the number 2, but actually that's not what I actually wanted. So what I can do is that I can go ahead and make use of these options, decrease indent and increase indent. That we can put your cursor here. Then you put your cursor here, you see that we have the decrease indent and then we have the increase indent. So I can click here, and then that's actually promoted this to another list. So we now have 2 level of list. Now from here, they stay within the southwest. We can say okay, Lagos. You can say okay, Ogun. You can have Oyo, Osun, Ekiti, Ondo. I think there are 6 states. I think that's all. So we have this 6 states within the southwest of Nigeria. So this is one level of list, and then this is another level of creating a list. So we now have 2 multi-level lists. Now we can also go ahead to expand this list. For example, if you want to look at Lagos, let's say you want to look at the local government within the Lagos state. So you simply come here and increase the indent, and then we have it. So we now have 3 levels. So you want to talk about, let's say, Keja, and then let's say, and then Ikorodu. So you can go on and on. For example, we come to Ogun State, you can again promote this and say, okay, within Ogun State, we have this local government. And so on and so forth. So you can see that we now have about 3 level of list. This is actually the first one, and then this is the second one, and then this is the third one, and so on. So we can go ahead on and on like that to create a multi-level, a multi-dimensional list and a number list. We can, it's all about promoting the indent, making use of all of these commands that we have within the paragraph command group. So you can go ahead and create a multi-level list. It can be a number list, it can be a bulleted list. Any of the above will work. So all of these we have it. So it's actually very good. We can go on and on. For example, within a Keja, we can press on enter and then again increase the indent and say, okay, we have word 1, we have word 2, and then and so on and so forth like that. So we can see that we've created a multi-dimensional list here. This is level 1, and this is another level, this is another level, this is another level entirely. So we can go on and on like that. Like I actually told you the other time, that we can actually use this to create what we call a multi-level list, So we have that. Now other thing that is about bulleted list and number list, and then multi-level list. And then other thing that we can do, for example, if I want to decrease this, let me decrease this. We can sort a list. That thing that we can do is that we can sort a list. Let me delete all of this. And then Lagos, let me promote this to be this, and then so the last state here will be Ogun, if I'm not mistaken. And then another thing that we can do is that we can sort a list. If I want to highlight this way, and then I'll just click on this particular arrow that says sort. So I'll click it like this, and then I have this dialog box. Now we sorted by the paragraph, and then we have the text, then is this going to be in ascending or in descending order? So we can have that, we can do it in descending order. I'll click on OK, and then we have it that way. Then we click again, and then we can do it in ascending order, and then we have it this way. So we can sort a list, and then we look at this dialog box. It's actually asking whether my list has an header row or has no header row. So we want to, of course, take a look at that. Now what we can do there is that, for example, if I selected this particular Southwest as the header and I want to sort, I have to click on here that says my list has an header. So, and then we want to sort in descending, and then I'll click on OK. Now if I didn't select that, let me show you. If I say no header row, and then I selected Southwest with it, and I click sort it, and then it's going to affect my header. As you can see, it is sorted, but that's not actually what we want to do. So you simply select that just list as an header, and then it will take this, as the header, and then sort the rest in ascending or descending order as the case may be. So my list has an header, and then I'll click on OK, and then it is, of course, sorted. So that's how to create a list, work with a multi-dimensional, multi-level list, and then list formatting. So it's all about increasing or decreasing the indent, and then you can simply work around it. Now, another thing that we may want to check is that we want to check for spellings, and so if you go to under the Home tab, we have the editing, but if you actually want to get the full gist of it, you will want to go to the Review tab, and then just come to the Review tab under the Home tab, and then here we have proofing, the proofing command group. Here we can do a lot of check for spelling, check for grammar, and a whole lot of other things that we can do under our proofing. So if you actually want to access it, now we can come here and say, okay, let's check for spelling and grammar, and then we have the proofing coming up at this other side, and then it's actually checking and say, okay, suggest, it says south. It's actually detected repeated word, as you can see here. It says it's checking it, repeated, it says spelling, and then it says repeated words, and that's the only thing that it's able to detect from our text. This text that we have, that's the only thing that's able to detect. So we can simply ignore, or we can delete the repeated words. So the editing, proofing is actually very, very essential. For example, let me add another chunk of text, a random text. Let me just say rand. Let's say 3 by 4. And then I will close. Then I will click here. So we have this chunk of text. If I want to check, let me check for spelling and grammar. Then, so we can see that it's only able to detect the south and all of that. So this is actually very useful when you're working in Microsoft Word. You can check for spelling and grammar. And then other things that, let me close this, other things that we can check for is the under proofing is the word count. Now we click on word count, you just click on word count, this particular command, and then it tells you that we have only one page within our document. It's only one page, and there are 239 words. And then if we come to the bottom of the page, the status, you can see that it is the same. This is 239 words, and then this is 239 words. The characters without spacing is 1060. The character with space is 1282, and then we have about 18 paragraphs, and then we have how many lines? We have about 33 lines. So this includes text boxes, footnote, and endnote, as you can see. So this the word count, very useful, can actually make use of it. So I'm going to close this, and then other things that we can of course find here is the read aloud. It's also very useful. You just click here.
South, southeast, north
South.
central,
Southeast,
northwest,
North Central,
Video
Northwest.
provides a powerful way to help
Northeast.
you prove your point.
Video
So you
provides a
can
powerful
see
way to
that
help you prove your
Microsoft was
point.
able to read your text, whatever you type, it's able to read it aloud, and so on and so forth. And then other things here, which I will discuss extensively later on, is here where we have language, the command group, translate language, and all of that. So you can check it out. We click here, we can translate a section, or we can translate the entire document. Let me just highlight a very this text, and then if I click on translate, I want to translate this section. Then make sure you are connected to the internet. If you are able to connect to the internet, it will detect it, and you are able to translate from, for example, I have here from English, I may want to translate to German or any other language, as the case may be. Nigel is able to translate it for me. So that's that about that. We discuss this extensively later in the course of the lesson. The other thing that we should talk about before we leave the grammar and spelling is the autocorrect. Now, to access that, you may want to go to File. When you click on File, and then you come to More, and then you click on Options. Now, under Options, we have this that says General, and then you may want to go to Proving. And then you can talk about the autocorrect options. Under the autocorrect options, you have all of these that you can actually study. You want to, for example, if you take this word, we ignore words in uppercase if there's an error. No, it says when correcting spelling, Microsoft Word programs ignore words in uppercases. So if you check this, it will actually ignore words in uppercases. It will not underline it. Where if there are spelling mistakes and all of. So you can actually go through all of these and check the boxes that are necessary. So this is for proving autocorrect options that we have in Microsoft Word, so that if there are spelling mistakes in your work, it will quickly detect it and underline it for you so that you can know. I want to close this dialog box. Now that's that. Now we can head to page layout command group. So if you want to do that, we simply come to layout. This is layout. Now under layout, you have the page setup. This is the command group. You have this page setup. Then if you actually click on this small dot, you have other options. Now let's explore some of the options that we have there. Now the first one are the margins. Now if you take a look at my document, there are places that we cannot type to. For example, look at this. These are the margins. They are invincible. They are there. These places. And then here we have this one for the header. And then if you go down, we have for the footer. So these are the margins. Now all these places we cannot actually type anything there, but we can actually decrease the size of these margins if we go to margin. So let's see how we can do that. Now if I click on margin, and then I have a list of stuff that I can choose from. I can even go to customize margin, and then you have it. So I can customize my margin. My top, presently I have it to be 2.54 centimeters, and then the bottom is also 2.54 centimeters. The right is 2.5, and then the left is 2.5, and then this is the top, and then this is the bottom. So all of these I can actually, and I am on portrait, the orientation. So this is orientation, I am on portrait, and then this is the landscape. Now, actually, by default, just click on File and go to here, Options, and then go to the Advanced. Yeah, go to Advanced, and then you see a whole list of others. We have the editing options, which I have talked about earlier. You can explore all of this again and to do your settings. And then again, we scroll down, we have the cut, copy and paste. You can actually go through all of these to modify, to do your settings. These are the first settings that if you do them, it will make your work very easy. And then again, if you scroll down, I actually want to show you under display, yeah, because we're actually talking about margins. So I want to talk about display, and then we have all of these options under display. And the one I want to talk about is the this show measurement unit of. For example, if we come to, like I was talking about in margins, you can see that my own margin is in centimeters. If I click here, you can see that they are in centimeters, centimeters, centimeters. If I want to customize it, they are in centimeters. You can actually change it by default by going to File, and then click on Options, and then click on Advanced, and then you scroll down, and then here you see Display. Now under Display, this display, you can come here, you click here, and then you're able to change it. For example, if you click here, you have inches, you have centimeter, millimeter, the point. So you can set any of these as your unit of measurement. So you can actually set it the way you want, but I have decided to go for centimeters. And then you can decide to go for inches if you so wishes. You can decide to go for millimeters, but my own default setting is centimeters, which I want to leave it that way. So I can click on OK, and then after this I can go for the narrow margin. This is the normal margin. You can go for the narrow margin. You can see that I've been able to actually utilize more of the spaces that are here. You can see that I've been able to actually utilize it, more of the spaces that are here. So you can do all of these with your Word document. So if you go to margin, and then we have the normal, the narrow, the moderate, the wide, all of these, or you can click here and customize your margin. Then the second thing here is orientation, because we are actually in portrait now, portrait. You can actually change it to landscape, wide is wider or shorter. So this is landscape view, and then you can come here and change it to portrait view, as depending on the document that you are working on. And then you can come to the size. You can see I am on A4 presently. You can change it to lega, which is wider and longer. You can change it to letter, and we have, you can even scroll down and see other options. You have envelope C5, envelope B4, B5, and a host of others. So you can actually pick any of these size and make use of it. And then you have the column. You can, I'm on one right now. You can divide your column into two. You can see this is one, and then this is another here. So you can divide it into two. The click can be three, can be to left. You can even have more columns, but I'm going to leave it in one right now, the normal one. And then others from the layout options are the breaks. I will talk about breaks later in our lessons, and the number and all of that. So all of this, I'll talk about them later in our lessons when I want to treat them when we come to referencing and so on and so forth. So we can actually move into header and footer, also very important. Now let me imagine, let me put it back to normal. Now I have it to normal. Now here is actually for our header. You can see that we cannot type anything here. Cannot type anything here. And then if you go down also, you see that this particular space is for our footer. We cannot type anything here also. So let's see what are the kind of information that we can actually provide for all of that. So to access our header and footer, you can simply double click it. If you double click, it will actually show you that you are now in header section. This is header. You can see the lines that we have. So this place is actually for our header. You can see it, the blank giant space. And then if you go down, you see this is for footer. This is the space for footer. We can add text, add time, add a whole lot of other things. And then here we can close the header and footer. Now if I click here, it is gone. Or if you don't want to double click, if you go to insert, under the insert tab, you come to the header and footer. This is insert, and then we have this command group called header and footer. From here you can have your header, you can have your footer, and so on and so forth. Now, but whenever you select your header, let's say I click here and I select my header, and then you double click, you have your header, and then you see that we have a contextual tab. You can see that we have header and footer. The header and footer is not originally, it's not part of the ribbon, it's not part, but it's just at a contextual header, that is a contextual tab, that is it appears depending on your selection. It gives you additional resources to manipulate your document, and then when you are done with it, it disappears. For example, if I just close, we are now in header and footer. If I just close header and footer, if I just click on close, and you can see that that contextual tab is gone. So that is that. So I want to save, and let's go back to header and footer and see what we can do. Now I'll go to insert the header, and then we can insert, here, type here the blank. Here we have three options, 3 columns. We can type here, we can type here, we can type here. Any kind of information that we want to put into it. If you scroll down, you have a whole lot of header that you can choose from. You can edit it or you can remove it permanently. Here we actually take this. You can see that this header is actually giving us the author. It actually picked my name, and then the title of the document. We can say, okay, let me just put the title to be Module 3 of the Word full course, and then we have it. So this is our header. So I will close it, and then you see that it continues to appear. So if you go to the next page, it will appear on all our pages. You can see page 2, and then you can see that it appears. So that is what we can do about it. Then we can come to footer, and then also insert maybe numbering or other things that we want to insert. If I click on, you can see footer is now having numbering 1, this is 1, and then this is 2, and a whole lot of that. So with the header, the contextual tab, we can actually do a lot of manipulation at the footer and section. This is the header, the footer, the page number, which I'll talk about earlier. We can insert time and date. You can see time and date, just any format that we want. We want to take this format. You can see this date. I'm actually working on this recording is 27/12/2025. If I just click on OK, I've actually inserted it. You can see it here under the footer section, date. You can see it here, date. So 1, 2. So we can see that we can have our document info. the author, which is already there, the file name, which is already there, and a whole lot of document title, which is already there, the document property, and a whole lot of others. Quick part, we'll talk about quick part later. You can put pictures, online pictures, go to headers, and so on and so forth. So basically, that is our header and footer. So I'm going to just close, and then we've been able to insert the author, the header, and the footer in our document. Then other things that we can talk about is the page color. If we go to, I think, the reference tab, the review tab, and then we should have okay, the design tab, sorry, we should have the page color. Yeah, if we click here, you can see page color, page color, page color. You can pick anyone that you actually so much desire. You can actually pick anyone that you so much desire, and then so on and so forth. So that's about page color. And if you want to actually get rid of your header and footer, you can actually come to the header, and then you say remove header. Then you see that it is gone. Come to footer, and then you say remove footer, and then you see that our header and footer are actually gone. So that is how to work with header and footer, very necessary. And then again, before I close this section, this module, we can talk about how do we convert our document into PDF, the portable document format. For example, to do that with modern Word document, it's now actually very easy. On my own Word application, I have this Acrobat. If I click on it, it will actually give me the option to create PDF. Example, I'll say create PDF from my document. I'll say save and convert to PDF. I can actually create PDF from it, from like that. Or I can come to home and say save as PDF. It's the same thing. It goes through the same process, and then it will save and convert this to a PDF document. Or another thing I can do is that I want to close this. Another thing I can do is that I can come to save as, and then choose a location I want to save to, and then I can save as type. I can select PDF, and then it will actually save this. If I click OK, you see that it actually saved this. If I go to my document, I'm actually going to see this as a PDF. You can see that that's actually saved this as a PDF. So that is how we can convert modern Word document to PDF format. And then lastly, we can take a look at the print preview on printing basis. Now to do that, we can come to file and say print, and then we are now in the print preview section. You can see our document. There are 2 pages. We come there, you can see we are now on page 1 of 2, and then this is the content that we have in page 1, and then we know that our page 2 is actually empty. So that is the print preview. This is the install printer from here. If we click down, you see all the install printers, and then here you can increase all. Want 2 copies of this, you can just increase, and so on and so forth. Now here you say print all pages. If I want to print this, I'm going to have 2 pages, but since page 2 of this is empty, and we want to say no, don't print all. We want to say print current page, which is only page 1, and then you see that page 2 is no more there. So if I print only current page, I'm going to have only page 1 to come out for me, or I can simply put 1 here, and then it tells the printer and Microsoft Word that I only want to print page 1, and so on and so forth. Here you can change the orientation. You can see this is portrait. You can change it to landscape, and then you can see page 1, page 2, landscape, page 1, page 2. From there you can actually change it to landscape. You can turn it back to portrait, and so on. And so forth. I want to thank you so much for staying with me for the module 3 of this word focus. I'll see you in module 4. Thank you. All right, welcome. So we want to conclude the beginners level. We have actually treated 3 modules. We've treated module 1. In this, we've treated module 2 and then module 3. And now we want to actually go ahead with module 4. And in module 4, we'll be working with basic shapes and images. This is very important when you're working with in Microsoft Word, because there are times that you may want to work with images, with shapes, with text boxes, and so on and so forth. Now, for most part of this lesson, we'll be actually working on the Insert tab, because that is where you can find all what we are looking for. For example, if we click on the Insert tab, from here you can insert table, picture, shapes, icon, 3D. There are a lot of things that you can insert from the Insert tab. So we'll be working with shapes, basic shapes and images. And the first one that we are going to look at is the shapes, certain shapes. So I want to promote this like we learned the other time. So I'll simply promote this. Now we want to look at certain shapes. So let's look at our shapes. Now for us to insert shapes, now we'll go to our Insert tab and then we'll click on, this is shapes. Click on shapes, and there are a whole lot that we can actually, we have the recently used shapes, we have lines here, we have rectangles, we have basic shapes, we have block arrows, equations shapes, and so on and so forth. So we can simply pick any of the shapes and work around it. So let's just pick a simple one. Now I've picked it. Now the next thing for me is for me to actually draw it. I can expand it as many as possible for as big as I want to have it. So let me just have it simple this way. Now immediately you have this. So we have a contextual tab, that's a temporary tab. Like I said, we have the shape format tab. It is not actually part of the ribbon, but because we are working with objects, because Word is actually treating shapes as objects. So whenever you are working with objects, stuff like if I click on tables, pictures, shapes, icon, header and footer, and a whole lot like that, you get what is called a contextual tab, a temporary tab that you can work with. So that temporary tab will give you all the tools that you need to actually manipulate that particular object, and you can see. So let's just look at one or two things that we can actually do with it. Now on the right hand side here, we have you can size it. You have the size. You can size it. For example, this is our shape. We can increase it this way, or this way, as the case may be. We can increase, this is the width, and then this is the height. So we can both use this to manipulate the width and the height, or we can use this arrow to actually do that also. You can actually use any of this arrow. Now another thing that we can do is that we can, now if you look at this, we have the text tab. Now for example, the way my shape is, for example, if I want to move it into the text, it's become practically impossible. But if you look at this layout option, if I click on this layout option, there are options that we can choose from. Now if we pick this, that would be, you want to have your shape, you want to have text around your shape, as the case may be. So there are a whole lot that you can actually work with, where we have with text wrapping. So if I click on this and I just pick my shape, you can see I want to have how my text is actually, the way it is interacting with my shape. You can actually go through all of these, and then so that is one option. Now there are other options that we have. This will actually make your text to surround your shape. We actually see that. So we have all of these options that we can work with. That is the layout option. We have the position here. If we click on it, you can put your shape in the middle. You can put it here, you can put it here, you can put it at the bottom, you can put it there. So you can put it anywhere you want. And then we have the styles that we can use. We have all of these styles. We add text to your shapes. And then we have the shape fill. We can actually change the color. We can actually change the color, as you can see. We can actually change the color, as you can see. And then the outline color, we can give it maybe black, and so on and so forth. Can give it a black. And then the shape effect, a reflection, a shadow, as you can see. You can see that the way we have our table, a reflection, and so on and so forth. And then we have the shape style, whereby you can pick, let's see some of the style that we have. And then we have all of this. You can see black, and so on and so forth. You can have any of these, and then we have the preset. So all of this also we can choose for our shapes. Let me just keep it simple this way, and then we can go back to, we can change the shape. For example, I have a kind of rectangular shape. I can change it to this, or any other one that I so wish. Can change it. I can change it to this, as you can see. So we can change that from these particular options. And then we have more shapes that we can, if we want to insert additional shapes, we have it. And then other thing that we can do is that we can insert text into our table. Let me resize this. As you can see, if I want to add text, I'll simply right click and then I'll say add text, and then you can see my color, my cursor is actually blinking. So let me simply add this, working with, so I'll right click here, and then I will paste. I want to paste. Now once I add text, I can highlight the text and also manipulate the text. For example, I can bold it, I can italic, underline, and so on and so forth. I can increase the font size. I can change the text color. I can do a whole lot with the text that I've added into that particular shape. So that's basically how we work with shapes in Microsoft Word. So go ahead, insert shapes, and simply manipulate it. Now we can then go to another one, that is text boxes. So let's talk about text boxes. Text boxes. Now let's insert a basic text box. I want to reduce this to give us more space to work with. All right, I think this is great. Now let's talk about text boxes. Now if you come to your insert tab, you will have what we call a text box, and then we have a simple text box. We have this. There are a lot of things that you can choose from. We have a whole lot from the simple to other advanced and complex one, or you can choose more from more boxes from office.com. You can see it, or you can even draw your own text box. But let's just keep it simple. We can insert a simple text box, and then you can see. So the essence is that you want to grab your reader's attention with a great code from the document you are working. You are using this space to emphasize a key point. So we can actually put a text here. For example, I want to say, okay, Ctrl V, the other text I pasted the other time, we have it working with basic shapes and images, and then this time around we are working with text. we're working with text boxes, and then we have this. So also we have our layout options that we can actually choose from. We have this text surrounding your box, or you want to have it, or you want to have these that we can have text in front of. For example, the one I've selected, you actually drag this text box. You can see it fits perfectly behind the text, because that is the option that I've selected. It's not even interacting with the text at all, because that is the option I have selected. So, and also like the shape, we have a temporary tab, a contextual tab, that actually gives us, if we click on it, I want to click on it, it actually gives us all the tools that we need to actually manipulate our text box. We have it, so we can increase the width or the height as the case may be. We can align it, we can rotate it as the case may be. We can text wrap, which I have done. We have the position, we can move it around as you can see as it's interacting, and a whole lot. And then we have the word art, for our text in it. You can see it. So let me just pick this, and then we have the shape field that you can change the color. You can see it, you can change the color. Let me have it this way, simple this way. We have the outline field. You can change the outline color. We have the shape effect, and you see all of this. You see all of this, you see all of this, you see all of this. So we have all this effect that you can actually apply to your text box or to your image, and then we even see this. Now if you click on it again, we have your shape format, and then you can edit shapes. It is here, you can change it, you can edit the point, you can draw it, and then you have more options to insert. So that's how to work with shapes and images. Now, other thing that we'll do in this lesson is that we are going to do in this lesson is that we are going to talk about pictures. So let's talk about pictures. Let's talk about inserting pictures. Inserting pictures. I'm going to promote this also. And then I'll just give it something like this, and then we have it. So let's insert a picture from let's insert we want to insert pictures in Microsoft Word. Like I said, most of the insert options you can actually find them in the insert tab, and then here we have, from our insert tab, we can go down to pictures. We've talked about shape and all others like that. So this is pictures. Now if we click on this small arrow pointing down, we can insert picture from this device. That is, if you have a picture in your local computer, you can actually insert. So if I click here to actually launch, as if I want to insert a picture, I have a screenshot, I have a saved picture, I have the camera roll and all of that. But that is, I'm going to cancel this. Or you can insert stock images. I'm going to click on the stock images from Word, and then we have all of these images. We have images, we have icons, so there are a whole lot that you can insert from. You have cut out people, you have sticker, you have illustration, and then you can see there are a whole lot. And then we have cartoon people. You have cartoon people, you can check it out, and it's, if you need any of these, you can actually insert to your Word document. So we go back to images. You can search for whatever you are looking for. If you can't find it, you can search for it, and then you can see we have a whole lot of stuff like this. For example, let me insert a very simple image. Let me insert this, then I want to insert, and then you see Now you see the way it's actually inserted into my Word document. Now it's inserted in such a way that the other side here is not showing. So when you have that, and then we now have, because we are working with object, we now have a picture format. That's a contextual tab, a temporary tab that actually gives us all the tools that we need to manipulate our pictures and to make sure that we actually have it the way it should be. Now let's see what we can do with our pictures. Now you can see the way that it was inserted, not properly inserted. Now you can simply come here and reduce the width. You can see it. You can reduce the width, and then we now have it here. You can see the way it is now. Or you can also reduce the height. Now, another thing is that you can use this corner point to actually also reduce it this way or increase the picture this way. Now, I will not want to recommend that you use this because it's actually going to, the aspect ratio of your picture is actually going to affect it. So don't use any of these don't use this, don't use this, don't use this, and then don't use this to actually increase or decrease the width or the height of your picture. Is actually going to affect it. But you can use any of this. You can use this, you can use this, you can use this, or you can use it, or simply you can simply come here and work on the size. So any of these will actually work very well. So you can see it, you can see it, and then we have that for our pictures. Now, other things that we can do if we go to the picture format is that apart from this is that we can crop. For example, let's say I want to actually remove this part of the picture. You can see this part of the picture. I want to remove it. I can crop it out using the crop tool. So how did that work? Now, to do that, just select your picture, go to the picture format, and then select crop, and then you have this option. So I can drag it this way, and then you see, and then once I am done, I will just click outside, and then I've actually cropped part of that picture. No, I've cropped it out. I'm going to undo what I have done, and that is the crop tool. Now, other things that we can do, we've talked about the text wrap, whereby you can have it as square, and you have a lot. It's also here. The text square layout option is also here. You can actually work with it right from here. So, and all of this. So we can also, from our picture format too, we can also select the position. We can have it in the middle. We can have it on top here. You can see it on top of my document, depending on the position. You can have it in the middle. You can have it at the top here. You can have it at the bottom, like the one we presently have. So that is what the position does. And then we have the picture border that we can work with. You can select color, and then the picture effect. As you can see, we have all of this effect, and then the picture layout, which if you want to add text to your picture, we now have it in modern world. You can see you can add text. You can add text to your picture, just as to explain what you have in that particular picture. So you can add text. Now, other is that we can go to the picture style. It is the picture style, and then we have some effect. So we click on it, and then we have it. So this is the simple effect that we have. Yeah, you can see it. If we click, we have this. We have this. You can see it. We have this. So all of these, we can actually use them to, of course, you can see this is kind of a reflection. So we have all of these in modern Microsoft Word that you can use to edit your picture. You can compress your picture. You can change the picture. You can upload another picture from all of these sources. And then preset, you want to reset the picture and the size to the original one when you actually uploaded it. That's what that one does. So I'm going to undo, and then I'm going to have this. Now, other things that we can do is that we have the color. You can see, we can pick any of this color to actually modify our picture. As you can see, the color being applied to it. And then if you want a white and black, then you have all of this. We have all of this. We have all of this. So we have all of this to select from. We have the color saturation, we have the color tone, we have the recolor, and then all of this is just wonderful. The modern Microsoft Word is just filled with a lot of tools that you can use. So we can change the picture. We can apply artistic effect to our picture. As you can see it, you want to blur it. That part you want to blur. You can see all the artistic effect. Anyone that you want, you can actually apply to your work. So it's just wonderful. It's just wonderful. Now, that is that. Then you have the transparency. You can see the more you go, the more you can see almost blot out. The transparency of this one is 80%. This is 65%, and then this is a 50%. And then you can have more options that you set for yourself. You can see the transparency. You can actually adjust it yourself to whichever one you want. And then you can see that I have it presently at 24%. So it's actually wonderful. It's actually wonderful. The modern Microsoft Word has a lot of tools to make sure that you achieve your goal, whatever you want to do. And of course, you can even remove a picture. Other things that we can do is that apart from inserting pictures from the stock image, we can also insert picture from online. That is Microsoft Word. We actually search through Bing, and then you can see that this is saying that it is powered by Bing, and then we have it. So it's basically searching online. So let me search in front of animals for animals, and then you can see that we have a whole lot. And then you can see that it is, I want to advise that you stay within the Creative Commons. You can actually use any of these pictures as long as it's within the Creative Commons. Use it with permission. That's it. So we have some creators that have actually put their work online that we can use, and then you have this warning from Microsoft that you are responsible for respecting others' rights, including copyright. So you want to actually do it. But if you need more options, you can untick the Creative Commons, and then you are going to have a lot of options, but you may have issues with copyright. So I want to advise that you stay within the Creative Commons for whatever pictures that you may want to use. So I'll just insert this. I'll click on this, and then to be inserted into my Word document, and then we have it. Beautiful pictures, and we can actually use all of these tools to manipulate it. But let's try the remove background once again, and then you see, I think this is perfect. You can see it. This is actually perfect. And then I'll simply keep changes, and then you see it. Perfect in just one click, and then Microsoft Word was able to actually remove the background. And then you can go ahead now and crop this picture, crop it, and then we'll make use of it wherever we want to make use of it. Beautiful. And then we see it. So we can see it. I think this is better than this one. The picture remove background, I think this is better than this one. Thank you so much for staying with me. This is the end of the beginners level. We have actually treated about 4 modules, getting started with Microsoft Word, basic text editing and formatting, list layout and proofing, and lastly we work with shapes and images in Microsoft Word. Thank you so much. I'll see you in the intermediate level. Thank you. All right, hello, welcome. We are now in the intermediate level, and we will be taking a look at Module 5, where we'll be talking about formatting document professionally. Let me just take this down. We've covered 4 modules before. Now we are now in Module 5, the intermediate level, and we are looking at formatting document professionally. I want to remind you that I have the practice file in the description. You can download and then just follow along. Now, the first one that we are going to look at under is that we want to create and customize text styles. That's what we're going to look at firstly. Now, under the Home tab, this is our Home tab, and then under the Command Group style, we have some, of course, pre-installed styles that are already there that we can select from. And presently, I'm working with the normal, and that's my document. You can see it. It's of course selected. I'm working with the normal, but I have some other style that I can choose from. I have this to be no spacing. This is heading 1, heading 2, heading title, and this is subtitle. And then if you just click here, you see other pre-installed styles that we can actually pick from, and then we can even create our own style, or we can even clear the formatting. Now let's see. Now what is the importance of style? When we talk about style, you are talking about pre-install or custom set of formatting. A set of formatting, like we've been talking about formatting, and they have their own font style, they have their own font size, they have their own color, they have their own spacing. And this is very important if you are working with large documents, or you want your document to appear consistently. You want to be consistent when you are creating the document, and then you want to make use of style. That are very important. Now, for this particular course, this is the structured training outline that I'm following. Now we can actually apply some of the styles to this, and then we create our own style also. Now, for this, I may want to give it the heading 1 style. I want to give it the heading 1 style. You can see, like I said, that every style has their own color, font size, and all of that. You can see for heading 1 style, you can see this is the font style, and then this is the font size. You can see 20, and you can see the color, the text color is a bit dark blue, and then we can see all of that like that. So that is for heading 1. Now heading this, we want to give it as heading 2, and then here this, and we want to have it as a heading 3, and we go on and on and on like that. I want to have this heading 3, heading 3. I'll have this to be heading 3, and then here I'm going to give this to be heading 3, and then for this one you can have it to be heading 2, and then this you can have it to be heading 3. Now we have applied our style, text style to it. Now some of the advantage of this, that I can decide to collapse all of this. For example, if I click on this small dot that appears, and then I have collapsed the entire beginner's level, and you don't see any other thing there. And here also you can decide to collapse this way, and then you can see the document that is about 2 pages now that's actually been collapsed to, let's say, about 4 lines. That's what you get when you use text style. And then you can expand. See, just click on that small dot, and then you're able to expand whatever is there. Now we've selected some style. We can create our own styles. So let me just come here. Let me generate some random text. We say equals to rand, and then I want to have 3 paragraphs of 4 lines each, and then I want to close, and then we have this text. Now let's create our own style, and then we apply some of the styles to this text. Now, for example, if I select this, let me select this, and then and I say, okay, I want to give it a bold, and then I want to change the font style. Possibly I change it to this, and then I want to increase the font to 14, about 14, and then let me say I want to change the case. I want to make it to be in uppercase, like we have it, and then I can decide to change a bit of color. Let me have this color, and then from here we click on style. You can see we want to create our own style. So it says create a new style. It says create a new style based on the formatting of the selected text. So we can go ahead and create a new style, and then we can see the preview of this new style that we have created, and then we can give it a name, but we have it as a style 1, and then this is the preview of whatever we have. So we can click on OK, and now we can see if I click on this text, you see that I have style 1 as the style that I've selected. You can see it here. It is and then this style that I've created, I can apply it to other text. For example, let me say I want to apply it to this particular text, and then I simply have to come here and click on style, and then you see that that same style has actually been applied to this text. So that's text style. You want to be consistent in your formatting. Now we can go ahead and create another. We can say, okay, let's highlight this text. We can select another font style entirely. We can bold it, we can italicize it. For example, we can give it a color. Let's give this color, and then with what we have done, we can create a style. We can create a style. So you can see, let me get rid of this. So I'm going to highlight this, and then I'll click on this, and then I'll create a style, and then we can see the format, the preview of the style that I want to create, style 2, and then we can see the fonts, the color, the font style, the font size, and all of that. And if I want advanced options, I can click on modify. If I click on modify, and then I have additional tools to work with. And from what I've done, we can see the font style, we can see the font size, we can see that it is bold and italicized, and then we can see the color, and then we can even see the preview of that particular text style. We can see the name and all other stuff like that. And then we have other options here that we can work with. Here, do you want to add this to the style gallery? It's already selected. Yes, I want to add it to the style gallery. Do you want automatically update? No, it's not selected. And then this other one, only in this document. No, I want to make sure that this text style is available in other document for you. So I want to select this, and then if we click on format, we have some other format that we can apply. We can apply font. If I click on it, you see this is the font style. You can select any of this font style, bold, italicized, and all of that, and font size. So we have a whole lot that we can work with. And then if we go ahead and select like paragraph, tabs, borders, language, frame, numbering, we have a whole lot to work with, but let's just keep it simple. And then you see that our style we want to create has been, I selected the align left as the default. I can put it to be this. So if I select it to be this, it's going to be center. Anytime you select that particular text style to any text element, it's going to centralize it, or you take it to align right, or take it to justify, and a whole lot of others like that. So but we can just keep it simple, and then we click on OK, and then we have it. So this particular text style, we can then select. Let's say I want to select this. Let me select this and just apply it. I've selected this. I can apply style 2, and then you can see automatically, you can see that the formatting is consistent. This is 1, and then this is the second one. So for consistent formatting and for consistent appearance of your document, you need to use the text style. They are very, very important in Microsoft Word when you're working in Word. And then we have all of that. And then our text style, we can actually get rid of it. If you don't need it, you want to delete it, you can actually get rid of it. For example, you can click here, and then this text style, I can rename it, I can modify it, I can rename it, I can remove it from the text gallery, or I can add it to the quick access toolbar, for example, which we have talked about. So I can just remove this, and then it is gone. This text 1, 2, I can just remove it, and then it is gone from the text gallery. Now that is why we've been able to create a text style, and we've been able to customize our text style. That's one. And then we can talk about themes and color palette. Now, to actually access that, go to your design tab. We actually access that from the design tab. Now, if we click on your design tab, we have theme, and then we have what we call document formatting, and then we have color, we have font, and then we have effect, and a whole lot of others. We have watermark, we have page color, and then we have page borders. Now let's take a look at all these one after the other. Now, if you hover over the document format, now let me just click here, over it. This is the default, this is the one we are presently using. If I click on this, you can see that my documents change immediately. That is a format that we can select from: basic, elegance. And then if we come here, you can see the formatting. We come here, you can see the formatting. Actually, when we're talking about document formatting in Word, we can talk about character formatting, which we have actually talked about in the beginners level. You want to format character or the font style or the font size. You want to format paragraph. For example, if we go back to our home tab, the 4 type of formatting that we have is that we want to format here where we have the fonts or characters, and then you want to also format paragraphs here. You want to format paragraphs, or you can format a whole page, a page of a document this way, just a page. Apply different formatting to it, or you can create sections and apply formatting to it. So we're actually going to get them. Now we go back to the design tab, where we can select any of these as our document format, and then we have more. You can see it as you over it. You can see that your document is actually changing, and then with different styles that's been pre-installed or pre-designed. So you can select any of these, but we are actually in the default, the one we're actually using. And then we have the office theme, which is a combination of colors, font, and style, as we have it. In most cases, many of us, we actually stick to the basic, the default office theme, but we have a whole lot. If I just scroll down, you can select any of these as our theme. Now, for example, if I just go to where we have, let me select, for example, this that says main event. Once I selected it, once I put my mouse over it, you can see that it has actually changed the whole of the formatting of my document. So let me just select it, and then once I select it, you can see that I have different type of document formatting that I can select from here. The entire document has actually changed. It's not only one page. You can go ahead, you see that the entire document has actually changed. That is the theme I selected. So themes are a combination of colors, formatting, and effects, and special effects like that. Now, another thing that we should take note here is that if you go to the home tab, you see that for this particular theme, you see that this is the impact heading. This is the font style that is there, and then we have it to be 20, and then you can see that my style has actually changed. You can see the way it is now based on the office theme that I actually selected. So we can actually play around with all of this, or we can and again we can simply go back and select our default office theme, but for now let's just have it that way. And then we have colors. See, this is the office color. You can, there's so many that you can choose from. We have font, like we have, and see it, you can choose any of these to use in your document. And then we've talked about, we go back to what we are actually talking about. We've talked about themes and color palette. Now we've talked about document formatting and best practices. And then let's talk about watermark and page border. Then we'll come back to sections and section breaks. Now, here, the purpose of watermark is just for branding, or let me say copyright. You want to apply it to your document. They are here under the design tab. You can just select it anyone you want. For example, do not copy, a kind of copyright stuff. This is confidential, in horizontal form, and this is confidential in diagonal. You can see diagonal form and a whole lot. And then you can, if you are connected to the internet, you can search for more watermark, or you can customize your own watermark. If I want to add a watermark to my work, you can see I have no watermark here. I can insert a picture to actually serve as a watermark, or I can have a text to actually serve as watermark. For example, let me just say input the digital workspace here, and then I can look at the size. Is auto, but I can select the size. So let me leave it as auto. This is the color. I can decide to change the color if I want, if I so wish. So, but this is the default color that we have here, and this is the font. I can decide to change the font as we have, but we have it as to be impact. Let me just leave it. So let me select this. I can decide. So this is diagonal. I can have it to be horizontal, or I can have it to be diagonal. I'll click on OK, and then I'll close. And then you can see that I now have that text. The digital workspace, I think, is a bit visible. You can see it here. It's there. You can see it all over these places. So it's now a bit visible. So watermarks are just for, you want to brand, or you want to insert copyright, so that people are not able to copy whatever you design, or whatever document you have. And then we can talk about page borders. If we click on it, we can have, for example, right now I have none. I don't have any border. Or I can have a box. You can see the preview. I can have the shadow. I can have 3D. I can even customize my border. And from here, for example, I can select the kind of line, the kind of style that I want. I have this also, breaks. I have this also, so you can select any of these. Then color, you can select the color. Presently it is black, but you can select any color that you want, and then you can just play around with it, and then let me insert it, and then you can see that my document now have a page border. You can even design it to have a special effect. Now watermark, you can remove it. You can say remove watermark, it is gone. The page border, you can go back to none, have it to be none, and then you see that it is gone. You can see that it is gone. Our theme, we can come back to the default office theme, and then you see that it is also back to normal. And then lastly, in this particular module, module 5, let's talk about section breaks and page breaks. We are working in Microsoft Word. At a time, especially when you are working with large documents, you may require to have several sections within your document. And that's why it's very important. Now, if you go to layout, under the layout tab, you see what we call breaks. This is it. This is what we call breaks. Under the page setup command group, we have what we call breaks. Now, if you click here, you just click on, you have what we call a page break, and then we have the section break. So we have a page break. This is the page breaks, and then we have a section break. Now, what is a page break? Now, a page break will simply forces your text into a next page. For example, if I insert a page break here, let's say I want to insert a page break. Now, it will forces this entire text to next page. For example, I'll just click on it, and then you see it. It actually forces that text into the next page of my document. I have 2 pages before. Now I have 3 pages. That's what a page break does. But a section break, we actually, you want to create a section, create a separate section with that can have different formatting entirely. Now let's take a look at that. Now, for example, if you come here, let's say we want to create a new section, want to insert a table, and then we want to create a new section. Now we can come here and say, oh, I need a new section under section breaks. I'll click here and say section breaks. And then if you take a look at my status, now this is a new section entirely. How do I know that? If you come here and click on this show height, show paragraph marks, just come here and then you will see what I'm trying to say. You can see from here I actually inserted a section break. You have a section break here. You can see it says section break next page. So, and then here you see it says we have a page break here. We have a page break here. And then all these we have them to be paragraph, paragraphs, paragraphs, and so on and so forth. So this is how you get to know the different sections or breaks that you have in a particular document. Now that we have a section break, let me remove this. Now that we have a section break, there are a whole lot. Our section break can have an entire different format or even page orientation. For example, this place I can change the page orientation. This is landscape. I can come to layout, and then I can change this to landscape, and then you see that it does not even affect the previous page that is up, and then you have it. So I can have a different format entirely for my section. I can have different numbering, different color, different format entirely, and it does not affect. So you can, if you want to create a professionally looking document, you have to know how to apply section breaks, page breaks, and all the breaks that you need to apply. For example, I can insert a table here. If I say, okay, table, let me just insert it. Let's say I want to work with tables, and I just inserted so many tables. I just inserted tables here, and then here I want to return this. We can see we are still in landscape. I want to return this back to portrait. I simply have to come to layout, and then I'll insert another break. This is another break. Then I will now change the page orientation. I'll change it, and then you see that we are back to portrait. So we started with portrait. We changed to landscape by inserting a section break, and then we are back to portrait by inserting another section break. Now, the more you create a professional document, the more you know how to use all of these breaks. And if you click on this show height paragraph, it will actually tell you that we have, you can see, so this is a section break. Next, the next page, we have a section break. Here, you can see that we have a section break. Here, we have a page break. And then all others here, we only have paragraphs, and so on and so forth. So with this, I can format all of these sections separately, and then my document will actually look professionally. I want to take a moment to pause here, and then I'll see you in Module 6. Thank you. Alright, welcome to Module 6, where we want to work with tables and charts in Microsoft Word. And the first thing we are going to do is that we are going to learn how to insert tables, the different ways in which we can insert a table into our Word document. Now we hover over the Insert tab. We click on the Insert tab. We have the Insert tab, Now under it we have the tables, and then we can see that table has its own command group named table. Now to create a table, you simply have to click here, and then you can create click on this small arrow pointing down to give you more options. Simply click, and then we have a few options, ways that we can of course insert our table. The simplest or the most popular is for us to just select your tables this way. And we want to create this is a 5x3 table, that is I'm having 5 columns and 3 rows, and then I want to select this is a 4x3, or I want to select 4x2, or I want to select a 3x4 table, that is I'm having 4 rows and then 3 columns. So let's just keep it simple, and then we have our table this way. So we have actually inserted the table, and because we are actually interacting with an object, we have 2 contextual tabs. We have the table design tab, and we have the table layout, of course, which actually gives us the additional tool to actually manipulate our tables. That's one way of inserting our table. Now we want to select our table and then delete it. So to do that, I will go to the table layout where we have a lot of tools to work with, and then we have delete. I can come here and say delete table, and that's one way. Now let's insert again using another method. We can come here and then come to insert table. Now when you click on this, we have a dialog box appearing. Now we have to answer these questions. It's asking for the number of columns that we actually want to insert, and then the number of rows that we want to insert, and then the fixed column width is actually putting it to be auto. We have series of options, and then we have other options that we want to auto fit to our to content or auto fit to window. We are going to look at all of these options as we actually go on. So what I will do is that let me insert a 4x4 table. I will just put it this way. This is a 4x4 table, and then I will click on OK, and then I have 4 rows and then 4 columns. This is a 4x4 table. Now that's another way of inserting a table in Word. And then we can again select. If I want to select, I can again select here and press the delete key on my keyboard to actually delete my table, or I simply go to the table design layout and then I will simply delete it. And then another method is that we can insert, and we have this option that says Excel spreadsheet. We can insert an Excel spreadsheet into our Word document. So let's just see how that works. I'll click on it, and then we can see that we have a box appearing, and then we have the full functionality of Microsoft Excel. You can see the ribbon, we have every other thing, and then it gives us all the tools that we need to actually work with our table. We have the insert, we have the draw, the page layout, the formulas, all of our formulas in Excel. It's actually available, data and all of that we can use to work with all of this table. I want to mention here that I have a full Excel course still on my channel, so I'll drop the link to the playlist in the description that you can actually get to know about that too. So but for now, I'm going to close this and then we get back to that later. So we'll get back to that later. So those are 3 ways in which we can insert our tables. So we can insert a table just like this. We can insert it here, or we can insert an Excel spreadsheet. And let's just insert a 4x4 table as we have it, and then we have this. So we can quickly put 1 or 2 content inside the table and see what we can actually do with it. Now, that's one part. Now, another part is that let me put this up here so that we learn how to manage rows and columns and cell alignment when we talk about our table. Now, if we add some content, let me quickly add some content and then I'll come back. Welcome back. So I've added some quick data to our table, and let's see what we can do with all of this data. Now, once you just select your table, like I said, you have two tabs, the table design tab and the table layout tab, that you have a list of options that you can actually work with. Now, some of the things that we can do is that we can add a bit of formatting like any other data by just selecting. You can go to the home tab, apply the bold format, and also once we select our table, let's see how some of the format that we can add to it. We can come to the layout tab, and then we'll see that we have the alignment, cell alignment, text alignment. I have, this is the default that I have, align top left. This is align top center, and then this is align center. So I want to click on this, and then it gives all my data, keeps them to the align center. Or I may want to select this particular one, and I may want to keep it here to where we have the align left, align center left. Now, other thing that we can talk about, which we have talked about, is that we can auto fit our table by just selecting. We can auto fit our table. For example, this is the auto fit table. You can see we have the auto fit content, we have the auto fit window, and then we have the fixed column width. So let's see how that works. You can click here on the auto fit content, and then you can see that it actually shrink my work to the actual size that I actually needed. If I select again, you can come to auto fit window, and then it actually makes use of the entire size of my document. That is the auto fit window, and I believe that it got distributed evenly. These were distributed evenly apart from this. So that is the auto fit window. Then other things that we can do is that we can add cell, add columns, add rows, delete columns, delete rows, and a host of others. Now, if I want to add column to the left, for example, I simply have to highlight this way, or I can simply just select any of the cells here. It's still going to work. For example, if I select any cells here, and I come to under the table design layout, I'll come to where we have the rows and columns, and then I have the insert right option. So that is what I'm going to select. I can just come here, put my cursor here, and then I'll say insert right, and then I have a new column to the right. So I can come here and say, okay, let's say we have term 4 for our student. Let's say we have term 4 for our student, and then we can simply add their scores. Let's add their scores as we have it. Then we have it. So we've been able to insert column to the right. Also, we can insert row. If you want to insert row, you simply have to click, and then with your tab key, just do this, and then you will have a new column, a new row rather, inserted wherever you want it to the bottom. Or better still, we can just select like this, and then go to the table layout, and then you say insert below. Click on insert below, and then you have a new column, a new row rather, inserted below. So we can say, okay, let's say we have this to be total. Let's say we have it to be total, and then we want to sum for all our students. We want to sum for them. We cannot have the total here. Sorry, let's say we have another student. I say, okay, let's say we have another student only, and then we can have the scores as the case may be, and then like this. So we have this like this. Now other things that we can do is that we can delete rows and columns. We can delete rows and columns. We're actually talking about managing rows, columns, and cell alignment. So let's say I want to delete this column where we have term 4. I simply have to right click, I select it, right click, and then I will say delete column. That's one way. Another way is that I can highlight this way, go to the table design, table layout, and then I will simply say delete. Say delete columns. Delete columns. So I'll click and then it is gone. The same thing with rows. Let's say I want to get rid of this. Simply have to come here and say delete rows, and then it is gone. Let's say I want to add, I simply have to click here once again, right click again, and then I have an option to insert. When I right click, so I have to insert column to the right. As you can see it, we have it. If I click here and I right click, I can insert below or insert row below. I can, as you can see it. So I have that. Now I can also insert row above by clicking here. I can go to my design layout and say insert above, and then we have this. Now that I have this, I can simply put the title of my table by saying okay, simply have to highlight all of this. Let me highlight all of this, and then I will merge. I'll simply merge it together so that I can have one big box, and this is merge. So I can simply click on it, and then I've actually merge the cells, and then I have one big cell where I can actually put the title of my table. So I can say okay, I can say this to be so I can have this to be average of student scores per term. I can format, come to the home tab, and then it's already bold. I can bring it, I can take it to the center, or I can simply justify. So let's just keep it simple. All of this, or the average as the case may be. So I simply have to go to formula, and then as you can see, it says sum left, and then I'll simply have to click on OK, and then you see that it has actually given me the summation of this score, and this score, and then this is the total. You can see it. This is the total. So we can perform basic arithmetic even when we are working in Microsoft Word. Simply may get rid of this. Then if I want to find the average, I simply have to go to the formula. I have the sum here, but here I'll simply put average. I'll simply put the average. So we have it, and then I'll click on OK, and then you see that we have the average. I can come here, go to the formula once again. I have the sum above. So what I will do is that I'll put the average left here, and then I'm able to sum it. So let me just put it to be average left, and then I'll click on OK, and then we have it. As you can see, I can work with the third one. I have I'll put the average left, so that's actually what I want to do, and then I'll simply click on OK, and then we have the averages, the average scores. Now other things that we can do apart from managing rows and columns and cell alignment as you can see, we have the delete, which we have actually talked about. And if we move to the table design, we can actually change our table style. Under the table design, we have the table style, and then we have, just click on this drop down here, we're going to have a list of options that we can actually choose from. So I'll simply click on this to select a table. As you can see, as I hover my mouse over it, we have different design showing up. We can actually select any of these that you actually want. Anyone that pleases you can actually select for your table, or you can simply modify it. And so on and so forth. So let me just pick this, and then we have this kind of a table. Or at the same time, you can clear the table and make it look as if you don't have a table. You can clear it, and then we have it. But this is actually a table, but it's just clear. You can see that we still have the table design tab and the table layout tab. You can actually clear it. So let me just bring it back, and then we actually have that. So we've talked about inserting the table different way. We've talked about how do we manipulate rows and columns and cell alignment. How do we delete rows, delete column, insert row, insert column, and all of that. So we have all these options under the table design, table layout tab. The table layout tab, we have all these options there. And then we've actually talked about this table layout, and then we can go to Excel, where we'll be able to talk about how do we insert an Excel table into Microsoft Word. Now, we've actually practiced that the other time, whereby if you go to the insert and then you want to insert an Excel spreadsheet, it opens up Microsoft Excel for you, whereby you can input your data in these places. Once you close Microsoft Excel, and then your data will be automatically to be inserted into your Word document. But that's not where I'm actually going. Now, let's insert a proper Excel table into it. Now, the way it works is that if you want to insert an Excel table, let's come here. Okay, what I will do is that I will copy this table. I will select this table. I will select this table and say Ctrl C. I'm going to copy this table, and then I will want to insert an Excel table. What I will do is that I will go to Insert Table, Excel, and then I'm going to paste this table here. Just paste this table. Yeah, so let me expand a bit. Yeah, so I have the table here. I'll simply paste this table, and then I have it, and then I'll click OK, and then we have this. You can see that it got splitted. So what I can do is that I'll simply come here, and then I will readjust. I will readjust the to fit. Go to readjust to fit. I'm going to readjust to fit, and then we have it. So we have our table this way, and then this is an Excel table. Now you can see when I click on this table, up here, we have two contextual tabs. We have the table design tab, we have the layout tab appearing for us to manipulate, because this is a Microsoft Word full table. But when I inserted from Excel, this particular table from Excel, if I click on it, you don't see that we don't have any additional tab appearing. So it means that whatever I want to do with this table, if you want to manipulate this table, want to edit, whatever I want to do, you have to click on it, and then Excel will open for you, and from Excel you can manipulate all this table as the case may be. You can do whatever you want with this table as the case may be. Now that's how to insert an Excel table into your Word document. All right, lastly, for module 6, let's look at how we can insert and manage chart, and then let's see how we can customize chart element in Word. Now I want to click here. Let me have my chart here. Now if we go to our insert tab, we have under this is insert tab. Under the illustration command group, we have chart. Now the way it works is that, let's see the way it works. Now once you click on chart, we have a whole list of chart elements. Any one that you want, you can select, but let's just keep it simple. We have a column chart this way, and then I'll click on OK, and then you see that once the chart is inserted into my Word document, I have a dialog box of Excel appearing, and that is where we enter our data. It has actually selected where we enter our data and what we need to enter so that we can customize our. So we have this default data there, but we can actually modify all of this. So yeah, I can change this to be like we have in our data, term 1, this will be term 2, and then this will be term 3, and then here we are going to have our student names, Shade, Tolu, I'm forgetting maybe Shegun, and of course Joe. Let's have this for student. You can see once I'm entering, it's actually changing automatically, and then here we can begin to enter, just random scores for them. Their scores, as you can see, is changing. As you can see, so let me enter this. So, and then lastly for Joe, we can have this, and then we can have this. So we have our charts. Our chart elements are customized for us, as you can see. Now I can go ahead and close this, and let's take a look at what we have. Now I'll close this. Now you can see how beautiful it looks. Now what we can do here is that once I select it, you see that I have other what we call a chart design tab, and then we have the format tab here, up here, another two contextual tab that we can use to actually format our chart appropriately. Now let's see what is there. From the format, we click on the format. Now there are a whole lot of options that are there. If we click on the chart design, we have a whole lot of options that are there. Now firstly, we can change the chart type. If I click on it, we may decide to change it to this. You can see we can decide to change it to this. We can decide, we can have a line chart, we can have a pie chart, we can have a bar chart, but let's just keep it simple to what we have originally. So we can change the type. We can edit data. If I click on edit data or edit data in Excel, once I click on it, the Excel table should come out again. We can edit data like this, or if I click here, edit data, the table should come up again for me. So we can edit data here. For example, let's say we let's expand a bit. Let's say, okay, this student, let's say the score is 80, and then you can see, so we can edit data, and then here also we can select data. We can select. If I click select data, it will open the dialog box for me, and then it will tell me, okay, select which one do you want Excel to display. Let's say, for example, I only want to display term 1 and term 2 for the student. I will simply select it, then I will click on OK, and then you see that term 3 is no more there. So we now have Shade, Tolu, Shegun, and Joe. We only have term 1 and term 2. So we can select in that way. We can edit it, select data, and then we have different chart elements that we can select from. And if you hover others, we can change color. You can see color palette. We can actually change color for our chart element, and then we have a quick layout. Also, we can also add chart element to it. Now, other things that we can do here is that after inserting our chart is that we can customize our chart element. For example, if we click here, like we've discussed before, if we click on this, we can move this chart to places. Sorry, can move it, and then it does not affect other stuff that we have, so we can move it from place to place. And then here we have our chart element that we can customize it. Just click on it. Once you click on it, it should come up for you. So we have our chart element. If I uncheck the axis are gone, but I want to have the axis there. Title, if I unchecked it, the title, I can have title here, I can have title here, but I actually don't need that. I can remove the title, but I want to have the title there. I can give it a child title, which will be very nice. So I can say student score per term. That will be our title. So student score per term. I can highlight this and go to my design tab, reduce the font a bit, and then give it a nice color. So we have it to be student scores per term. So we have 2 terms, and then once I select again, click here, I have the child title, the data label. I can have it. You can see that each of these Shade, the first time score 50 years, 65. I can have the data label if I want to have it, but I will simply uncheck this, and that's the reason we have this at the other side here. I can have the error bars. I can have the grid line. I want to uncheck the grid line so that this our chart will look like. The legend, if I uncheck, all the legends are gone. So, but I think the legend should be there. And then there are other options here. See it on the right, or the top, at the left, at the bottom, or we have more options. So let me just keep it at the right. And then trend line, if you want a trend line, is it term 1 or term 2? We can have a trend line. You can see this is term 1. You can see how the trend line goes. So, but we can uncheck. There are other options for the trend line. You have the linear, exponential, linear forecast, 2-period moving average, or you have more options. So a lot of stuff like that are there. And then other ones that you have a chart style. So you can see, you can select from any of these. Let's pick this or this or this. I think this is good. So we can select any of this chart style, and then at the same time we can change the color. So you can see we can change the color. As you can see, chart style, and then we can change the color as we have it. So other is that we have this chart funnel filter that we can actually take. Yes, we have all of this. We have the value, we have the name. We can manipulate all of this to actually filter. We can select all, or better still, we can select only Shade, and then you see that we actually filter. If I click apply, we only have Shade here. If I add Tolu to it, click apply, we now have Tolu and Shade. If I add Joe to it, click apply, we now have. So we can also select, or we can select all, and then click apply. And then there are other things here like name, columns and all of that, so that we can do. So these are is a beautiful thing that we're able to do it, and this is nice. So you can try some of these chart elements, insert it, put in your data, manipulate it, edit it, format it, and see how it goes. Thank you so much. I'll see you in Module 7. Welcome to Module 7, and this time around we'll be taking a look at automation and document structure. And then under that, we are going to cover all of this subtopic to make sure that we are able to create a professionally looking and beautiful document. Now, we'll be starting with the quick part gallery. Now, when we talk about the quick part gallery in Microsoft Word, we allow you to save and reuse content, content like text, images, even formatted blocks. So that's what it does. So you can actually save content that are content that you use often and often. You can actually save it to the quick part gallery. Now, how do we access that? We simply go to our Insert tab. Now, from our Insert tab, we click on our Insert tab. There is a command group called Test, and then here we have what we call a quick part. So we can click on this small dot to actually see what is there. Now let's just go. Now, once we click here on this small dot, we are going to see what we have there. So here we have the auto text, which we'll take a look at in a moment, and then others here we have the document property. We have all of these: abstract, author, category, and all of that, to publish date, keywords, subject, title, and all of that. And then other things here is the feed, and then we have the building block organizer. Now let's take a look at the building block organizer so that we are able to what we want to do is that we are going to see the quick part gallery. We are going to create some content what I call reusable content, and then we'll save it to the quick part gallery, and then we access them later in our lesson. So let's just do that. Now, to do that, we go back to the quick part gallery. And then we want to take a look at the building block organizer. Now, the building block organizer will let you find and insert and delete reusable content. You can find it, you can look for it, you can insert it, and then you can delete the content. We have content like text, content like table, content like images. You can save them to the quick part gallery. You can use them, you can delete them later as the case may be. And then when you look at the building blocks, we have a whole lot of things there. For example, we have pre-formatted and installed. This is a bibliography. You can see it. There are many like that. And then we have a cover page that you can use. We can use in our work. We have the cover page. You can see the preview. We have different cover pages that we can actually use in our work. And then if we go down using the building block organizer, apart from the cover page, we have equation signs, equations that we can actually install. Click on any of these, and then they will be automatically installed into our document. We have footers. As you can see, we have footers. There are different types. Just browse through them and see the one that you can use. We have headers. As you can see the preview. So we have a whole lot that we can choose from. And then if we go forward, we even have page numbering. We have page numbering, a whole lot of things that we can insert directly. They are being built for us, and we can actually insert them directly into our Word document. And then we have tables. You can see tables, and we even have calendar. You can see this is a calendar, this is a calendar, and then we have them. We have this is another calendar, And then we even have text boxes that we've covered in the previous lessons. We have text boxes that we can select automatically and install it into our Word document. And also we have watermarks, as you can see. You can see do not copy, draft, and a whole lot of others like that that you can install. You can see as soon as possible, do not copy, and a whole lot of others. Now let's take one or two of these building blocks and let's insert them into our document and actually see what they look like. So I want to actually insert one or two here. So I'll go back to the quick path gallery. I'll pick the building blocks, and then we can insert you can say, let me insert, let me just scroll down and see what I can insert. Let me see. Okay, we have a calendar. We have a calendar. We can insert this tabular table. Let me insert this, insert, and then we can see that we have it. So items needed, items and number of quantity that we need. And then you see that once we inserted it, because we are interacting with an object, we have two contextual tabs. We have the table design and we have the table layout, as we have covered when we are dealing with tables. That will actually help us to manage our table, our object very well. So we have those one, and then so that's one. So this is quick part. Getting an item from the building block organizer and inserting it into our document. We can go back to insert, click on the quick path gallery. As you can see, what I have selected, I can now save it to the quick path gallery. But let's just pick another item. So we can pick let me see whether I can find a calendar that we can just pick and insert it to our document. I think, yeah, we have a calendar. Let me pick a simple one. We can pick this and insert this into our stuff. As you can see, we are now, let me take it down. So we have a full functional calendar, as you can see. So once I select, I have two tabs that I can use, I can work with. And there are a whole lot of other stuff that we can select from the building blocks and insert directly into our document. There are a whole lot of, apart from, you can insert header, footer, page numbering, and a whole lot, watermarks, and a whole lot of stuff. We have tables, text boxes that we can insert into our document, and then we just take care of it. So I want to close this, and then let me just come here. So we've seen how we can access the quick path gallery. Just go to your insert tab. Under the command group text, we have our quick path there. You can actually pick whatever we want to insert from here and put it into our Word document. There are another things that, let's create reusable content, and then we add it to the quick path, and then we make use of it later. So we make use of it later. Now, if you want to, you can create any type of content and add it to the quick path gallery. For example, let me paste. I have a text on my clipboard. Let me just paste it, a simple disclaimer, a copyright, a statement, simple one. Now, if you use this, all the time, you can just save this to the quick path gallery. You can create it and save it to the quick path gallery. For example, I have this text. I can go to home, do a bit of formatting, do it this way, italicize it, and then maybe give it a red color, because we're actually talking about copyright. I want it to be visible. And then I can come here, maybe we have a border, we have a tick bottom border that I can give to it. give it a border, and then I can even give it no, an outline color like this, something like this. I think it is okay this way. So if this statement, if you use it all the time, you can actually save it to the quick path gallery. I can change the font, maybe make it a bit bold this way. Now I can actually save this to the quick path gallery, and then subsequently I can reuse the content. Now that's one. Now after selecting in this way, I can go to my insert tab and then come to the quick path gallery, and then you see that this option is now available for me to select. Say save selection to the quick path gallery. So I can click on this, and then it asks me, okay, kind of simple stuff that I can do. The name, I have it to be that's actually giving me this copyright 2025, but I want to change this and say, okay, this is the copyright statement. So we have it to be copyright, and then I want to have it to the quick path, but I want to have it to be auto text, whereby I know it to be available later for me. Then category general, I can leave all of these the way they are. So I want to have to the quick text, auto text rather. So I'll simply click on OK, and then we have it. Now we have created a reusable content, and we have added it to the auto text, which will make it available for us later to be used in our subsequent document, our subsequent work. Now let me go down where I have my calendar, and let's say I want to insert that auto text here that I have created. I simply have to go to the insert tab and then come to the quick path, and then in my auto text you can see that disclaimer or that simple copyright statement is now available for me to choose from. So you can see it copyright, and then I'll simply have to click, and then everything is there, the formatting, everything, the way I've put it there, it will be available for me to use later subsequently in all my document. Now that's one. Now, so if there are stuff that you use frequently, I want to advise that you just put it to the quick path gallery so that it will be available for you all the time. You can put images, you can put text, you can put tables, everything that you want to put, you can put them in the quick path gallery so that it will be available for you to use later. For example, let's create another text and add it to the quick path gallery. Let me quickly add this. Have this text. Let me do a bit of formatting, remove the text outline. I want to increase this size a bit. I'll bold it, and then I want to bold all of this text, and then maybe put kind of a line, a signature line there this way. Put the signature line this way. Now I can actually add this to the quick path gallery, that okay, every time I want to sign a document, I have to put my name, my designation, and my company name. So I can simply add it to the quick path gallery so that every time I want to actually use it, it will be available for me to use. So I can go to the insert tab and then say quick path, and then I say save selection to the quick path gallery, and then I can give it a name and say okay, let's say signature, and then I want to put it to the auto text so that it will be available for me later. I can leave all other stuff here, and then I'll click on OK. Now let me break away from that and come down here, and let's see whether we are going to have it available for us. So we simply go to the quick path and then auto text, and then you see it, the signature is there. I'll click on it, and then it is available for me all the time. So you can actually use that. You can put table, images, and a whole lot of others to the quick path gallery. Now let's move forward with our lesson. We have created two reusable content, and we have added it to the quick path gallery, which is good. And then let's look at how we can create a cover page. Now we can create a cover page. Now, if you go to the quick path gallery, like we've said, the building blocks, you see that we have cover pages here. There are so many that you can select from. You can simply select from any one here, and then it will be inserted automatically to your document. And when you're working with, go to the top of your document, you can simply insert it, and then it will automatically be inserted at the top of your document. Now I want to close this. Now if you don't access it in the quick path stuff, the building block, you can actually come to insert, and then under the insert tab, which is our insert, and then we have the cover page here that we can insert. So I can simply come here, and then I'll have different cover pages, and then I can connect to the internet and look for more from office.com, or I can remove existing one. Doesn't matter, I can simply remove it. So you can see all of this table of content. You can actually insert it to your work. Let me insert this, and then you see that automatically we have our document, our table, our cover page inserted for us at the top, and then we have because we have some it's pre-designed, and then it has actually picked some of for example, you can see the title. It has actually picked some of these things and inserted it automatically into our document. And then we can change it, we can remove it, and add another one. Let me look for another one. You can see this is another one, this is another one, this is another one. There are a whole lot of that you can choose from, just like that. And then I can pick this, and then it is added to my document. So you see what I'm trying to say. And then you can see that I actually picked some of this the content, and then inserted into our Word document. Where did it find all of this? For example, you can see the name here. You can see the title here, also picked it. Now the Microsoft Word is actually picking that information. If you click on File, and then you come to Info, you see the property of the present document you are working with. Here you can see the size of that particular document. You can see the number of pages. We are now on 5 pages. You can see the number of words there, total editing time, title, and you can see it, title, module 3, word focus. You can add the tag, you can add the comment, and then the last modified today. And then this particular document was created on 7th of November 2025 at exactly 3:46 p.m. local time, and it was last printed this time. You can see all the information that Word actually pulled out, and then I am the author, as you can see. So, and you can go on and on. If you click on Show All Properties, and then you see all these stuffs that are here. So this is where it's actually picking the information from and adding it automatically to our Word document. So you can select this and add it. You can put the abstract. If you don't want it, you can delete it. You can put your name is already there, the email address. So you have a whole lot of cover page that we can actually choose from. We can again remove the cover page, and that is that about selecting a cover page. Very useful. And then let's talk about adding table of content to our work, which is of course very important. We are working with large document. There are times that you need to add a table of content to whatever you are doing. And then if you want, there are ways that we can automatically generate table of content in Word. Now this comes down to the previous lesson we have treated when we are treating text styles. Very important. They actually give us the opportunity to generate automatically our table of content based on the heading styles that we have selected. Very, very important in Microsoft Word, because there are times, most time, you need to create a table of content for your work. So let's just quickly add the headings to our work. I can come here and say, okay, this I want to give it the heading 1 style, and you can see the color, the font, everything is there. Here I want to give it the heading 1 style 2. This one I want to give it heading 2 style. All of these I'll just leave it there. This I'll give it heading 2 style. Here I'll give it heading 2 style, and then here I'll give it heading 2 as well, and then here I'll give this heading 1 style. Here I'll give this heading 2 style, and then module 6 I'm going to have it heading 2 style, and then module 7 I'm going to have it to be heading 2 style. Now, based on what we have actually selected, we can create automatically our table of content, and we can do a whole lot of things. Number one, I can go to the Review tab or the View tab and turn on the navigation pane. We go to the View tab, this is the View tab, and then we have the Show command group, and then we have the navigation pane. Now, I'll simply turn it on. And then you actually see from the left hand side of my work, you actually see that we have all of our headings here. We have the beginners level, and under the beginners level, these are heading 1 style. These are heading 1 style as I have selected, and these are heading 2 styles as I have selected. This is heading 1 style also, and then we have this to be heading 2 styles. So they actually give me the opportunity to navigate my document very easily. You can have as many as 100, 200, or even 1,000 pages of document. It actually gives me the opportunity to navigate without any problem. For example, if I want to go to the beginners level, I simply have to click, and then it takes me to the beginners level. Let's say I want to go to module 3. I simply have to click on module 3. It takes me automatically to module 3. So that is very, very important. And now that we have the navigation pane, we can create a table of content that will automatically update, can automatically generate it. Now let's say I want to have a table of content here after the title. Now I simply have to go to the References tab, and then here under the table of content command group, I have table of content. I'll click on it, and then I have some I say content. You can see it, heading 1, heading 2, heading 3, and then these two automatic table 2, and then we can create our own table manually. So let me just pick the first one. I'll pick the first one, and then you see that Word automatically generated my table of content based on the heading style that I have selected. Based on the heading style, you can see this is heading 1, all these are heading 1. So all these are heading 1 style, and then I can update my table of content. I can update the number pages. I can update the entire table. And then, so for example, let's say I modify my content. Let's say I don't have heading 3 yet. Let me add some content to be heading 3. Now here I can select this and go to home and give it an heading 3 style. So you can see. Now let me select these two. Let me give it heading 3 style. Let me select this and give it heading 3 style. Let me select this and give it heading 3 style. Now under here, inserting a table, let me give it heading 3 style. Here, and so on and so forth like that. Let me select this also and give it heading 3 style. Now, with what I've done, I can come to my table of content, click here, now select update table, and then I'll select update entire table, and then I'll click on OK. And then you see that automatically those one I selected heading 3 style, they automatically comes and it is inserted into my document with the pages, page numbering, and every other thing fully functional table of content. So even if you have hundreds of pages of document, this is how best you can generate your table of content. If you want to do it manually, I'll show you that it's going to take a lot of time and full of errors. So with what we have learned in the past, you can create your, even if you don't like the heading 1 style, the heading 2 style, you can create your own text style, add it up, and then you use it for your content. That is that. And now I want to go to, I have my document, I want to go to module 7. I simply have to click, it takes me to module 7. This is wonderful. So I don't have to be scrolling up and down. I have the navigation pin already for me. So let's talk about how we can generate index, which is of course a kind of a list for terms in your work. So we can, let me get rid of this, let me get rid of all those. And then, so how do we generate an index for our work? Now, what we'll simply do is that we head to the references tab, and then we have what we call index. But first, we have to select those terms or those words, those phrases, and then mark them. So what do we do? Let's say I want to, let me select few words, and then I'll just mark them. So I'll select this, and then I'll mark it, and then you can see it, and then I will mark it, and then I will close. Now I can go up, let me say, okay, let me select this, I will mark it, insert in the table, and then I'll mark it, and then I'll close. You can go on and on, on and on. Let me mark a bulleted list. I'll mark it for entry, and then I will simply mark it, and then I'll close. So after marking all those that I want to actually insert as an index, for example, let me just turn off the hide, show hide here. Let me turn it off. And let's say I want to have my, let me click here, and then, yeah. Let's say I want to have my index here. I'll simply click where I want to have it. Then I'll go to the references tab, and then I'll say insert index. Now we have it. So this is the dialog box, and then I have the full options. The column, we are going to have 2 columns. That is just like having our page divided 1, 2. I can reduce it to 1 by 1 or 3. So I can say, okay, I want to have it 2, 1 or 2. So let me leave at 1. Now you can see the preview. We have the text, and then we have the page number. But I want to align right the page number, so we can see the preview now. And from here, I can even choose the kind of, can have a line instead of a dotted line, or I can have this dash 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 here, so I can have any of those ones. But let me just have a line like this, and then the format, and then I have it. So I can then say okay, okay. Now we have it. So we now have, you can see we have our bulleted list that I marked as marked for index, insert table, module 1, and the quick path gallery. And then we can see their page numbers here, and we can see it. So that is how we can also create and generate an index for our work. And then lastly, in this module, let me just click and see the, so we'll be talking about outline for outline view. Then we can go to access our outline view. We actually go to our view, and then presently I am in page layout mode, print layout mode. I can change that to outline view under the view command group. Now the outline view is actually meant for large documents. For example, let me just click on the outline. Let me click on the outline, and then we have this. So we have this. Let me turn off this. We have this. Now you can close your outline view by just clicking here, and then it is gone. Well, let's go back to our outline view, outline, and then we have it. Now you can see the way we have it. Now we can come here and actually collapse all of this. For example, we can say, okay, I want to see only level 1 items. As you can see, these are only my level 1 items that I have in my document. Yeah. Or let me say, okay, let me see the level 2 items. You can see it. Or level 1 and level 2 items. Or 3, we have our level 1, level 2, and level 3 items. Now, other thing I can do is that I can actually move all of these around. For example, let's say the beginner's level, this intermediate level, let's say I want to move it to the top, or simply have to put my cursor, click on it, hold it on, and drag it to the top, and then you see it. So if I close the outline for you, and then if I go to the top of my document, and then you see that I have the intermediate level. Now, what we normally do before is that we'll cut and paste and all of that, but with the outline view, you can actually move sections and all of that around. So let's go back to the outline view, and then we come to the outline view. Let me just take it back. I can then take it back to the end where it should be, and then we have it. So we can move our section around, as we have put in our styles, we can move them around. And then other things that we can promote are levels. For example, if I click on this module 1, getting started, I can promote it is a level 2 item. I can promote it to either level 1, as you can see, or I can promote it to maybe level 3, as you can see from level 2. So we can move around these levels. We can just play around with it, and then so it gives me, let's say I only want to see module 1. I simply have to click on it, and then it expands for me to see, to read through what is actually in module 1. Let's say I only want to see module 7. I'll simply click, and then it gives me an idea of everything that is contained in module 7. So those are things that we can do with the outline. It's very, very wonderful and useful, especially when you are working with large data, large document, very voluminous document. It's actually going to be useful for you to work with. All right, thank you so much for staying with me. I'll see you in module 8. Thank you. All right, thank you. Welcome to module 8 of the intermediate level, and in this module we'll be taking a look at business communication tool, whereby we'll create mail merge with Excel and Outlook contact, and then we're also going to create label for envelope for bulk letters. And now if you want to use the mail merge, in most cases maybe you want to send multiple emails to different people, and you don't want to do it manually, you don't want to type it one after the other. You can actually use your mail merge. In Microsoft Word, you can send to different people with different content or the same content, as the case may be. And what is important is that you need a data source, so you can actually have that source in Excel, or you can have it in Outlook. So let's just take a look at all of this. Now, for you to access that, you go to the mailing on the ribbon tab, just click on mailing, and then we have all of this. So we have the start mail merge. There we have our create. You can create envelopes, you can create labels, and a whole lot of others. So let's just see what we can do with that. So we have start mail merge. So let's start with that. Now let me copy this text that we want to use for our mail merge course. So I'll simply highlight this way, and then I'll copy, and then I want to have a new document, and then I will paste into, I want to keep the source formatting, and then I'll paste it this way. So let's just use this for our mail merge lesson. Now we'll go to the mailings, and then we start with the start a mail merge, and then we have letters, emails, envelopes, label, all of this we can start. And then we can also take a look at the step-by-step mail match wizard that we're actually going to guide us. So let's look at that. And then there are about 6 steps that we have to take. This is step 1 of 6. And then the first thing that is asking that which of these do you want to create? Is it a letter or an email, an envelope, a label, and a host of others? So we can, for us, we want to create an email. So let's just choose an email. And then it says send an email message to a group of people. You can personalize the email message that each person received. That's, of course, that's wonderful. So with that, we can go to the next stage that say, okay, do we want to use the current document, or we start from a template, or we start from existing document? So we can just leave it and we use the current document. You can see it. So all of these stuffs are also here. And then 2, we can go to next. And then it says we should select recipient. So here we can use an existing list. We can select from Outlook contact, or we can even type a list. So those are the 3 methods. Now, for existing list, you may need to have your details in an Excel spreadsheet. For example, let me bring this up. You can see my own data that I want to use. I have this data. I have the data by, of course, student data. These are their names, their email addresses, zip code, and all of that, phone number. This is the course. I want to inform them about their final score and their final grade in the World Full Course. So this is just an example of what we can do. So we want to personalize this. You can see the students have different names, the same course, but different final scores and different grades. At the same time, we want to send it without using manual method. So for lists like that, you may have to have that. So I want to select an existing list, or you can select from Outlook contact. You can just select from Outlook contact, or you can even type a list. If you click on type a list, you can say create, and then you can come here and begin to put in all this data, the title, first name, last name, and all of that. So we can create, just enter it, and then new entries, you can delete, and a whole lot of stuff. But for convenience, to be easier for you, I think having it in a spreadsheet like this is actually better off. So let's just go back, and then we want to select from an existing list. So I will simply browse for my list. I want to browse, and then let me locate where I have that Excel sheet. I have it as mail match. I will open it, and then it says, oh, sheet, this is it. And then I want to confirm this, that on that sheet, the first line is my header. So the first column there is my header, which is great. And then I'll click on OK. And then you can see the preview of that particular list. We can see all of that. We have the last name, the first name. We have the city, the zip code, country, email address, phone number, and everything that we have in that list, we have it here. We can sort it if we want to sort. We can sort it. How do we want to sort? We can filter. We can even find duplicates. Let me check. Oh, as you can see, we have duplicate. We can even find duplicate. So what we'll do is that I'll simply uncheck one, and then I will uncheck one, and then I will click on OK, and then the duplicate entry is gone. And then so we can find recipient, we can validate addresses, and a whole lot of others like that. So now that we have all of this, I will simply click on OK. We've seen the preview, and you can see that every of those things that, of course, the gray out area, they are now back that we can use. So we've selected it. We can even edit the list. If I click here, I'll be able to edit that list, remove some, add some, and a host of others. Now we can move forward and say, okay, write your email. Now this is our email, and then we want to preview the email message. So now this is our email. We want to have this as the subject, the final exam result for our course, the world full course, and then we are going to have our greetings. Now in the greetings, we want it to actually pull out the first name and the last name in the greetings. Also, we want it in the body of the letter to have the course name here, and then we want it to have the final grade, and then the final score, and then the grade here, and then also we want it to pull out the first name here. So these are the fields that we want to link to this particular letter that we want to send to our students. So how do we do that? Now let's begin. Let me put this up. Now let's begin. Now we can come to and have the greeting line. I'll click on this, and then it actually pull it up like this. So we have there, or you can say true, or you can have it as none, but let me just leave it as there. And then you can say the preview is actually picking the first and the last name, or if you want only the first name, there are a whole lot of templates or that you can choose from, but we can, let me just have it as this. I want to have that here. Let me cancel this. Now that particular field, I want to have it here. That greeting, I want to have it here. So let me get rid of this. I want to have it here. So I will simply say the greeting line, and then we have it this way. So let me leave it this way. Then this also, we can leave it this way, and then we can see the preview. So you can see Dear Daniel Okafor. Now as we have, we can preview others like that, and so on and so forth. Now that is okay for us. And then you see that there the greeting line. So we have already the greeting line. And then what other things can we put there? For example, this, we want to remove this as the title. I'm going to cut this. We already have the greeting line. After the greeting line, I want to have the title, which I will paste. I'll paste here, and then we have that. So now another thing that we can do is that we can want to actually personalize this message. So we want to include the course name here, the course name. So I'm going to delete. I want to have it here. So I'll simply put my cursor there. I'll put my cursor here, and then I'll go to where it says insert merge fields. So I'll click on it, and then this is the field on that exact sheet: first name, last name, email, zip code, city, country, phone number, course, final score, and grade. So I want to have my course name here. So we are pleased to inform you that your final examination for the course name will now appear here, has now been successfully completed. Now your result details are as below. Now here I want to have the final score. I want to have the final score here. So I'll go to my insert match fields, and then I'll pick on final score. You can see it. And here I want to have the grade. So I'll go to the insert match field, and then I'll pick the grade. And then here I want to have the first name, a kind of personalized message. So let me just have the first name. I'll put in space, and then I'll come here, and then I'll pick the first name, and then I'll have it comma to be there. And then you see that we have, of course, we have actually have all the fields are now completed. Now we can, if you want to see the fields that we have actually done, you can click on highlight match fields, and you can see we have the greeting line, the course name, the final score, the grade, and the first name. So those are the things that we edited in our text, and which will be filled automatically as we go on. So let me click this again and have it back. So we have actually filled all of these. Now best regard, after the best regard, let me just put my name, like what we have done when we are creating reusable content, we can go to our insert tab and then come to where we have the quick part and then auto text, and then you can see that I still have that signature here. So I want to include that, and then you see it. I don't have to type all over again. So we have this. Then I can go to preview. Now, as you can see, you have Dear Musa, and then between Dear Musa, there are two Dears and then no space. So we can actually go to previous, and then we get rid of this, the first one here, the Dear, so that we don't have a duplicate stuff here. We simply get rid of this, we delete, and then we have only the greeting line. So let's go to preview, and then we now have it. So there, Ibrahim Musa, and then we have this to be our subject. I will copy it to my clipboard, and then you can see we are pleased to inform you that the final examination and the MS. So we can see that we have that MS Word full course here as one of the fields. We have this as one of the fields, and then we can see that we have this. This is the score, this is the grade, and then this is the first name of the candidate. So that actually helped us to fill all of that. So we can go on to preview all the messages, and everything is just fantastic. And then all the same, after we are done with all of that, we can say next. You can say next, and then it says electronic mail. We can click here, electronic mail, and then it actually gives us a box that we can type into. And then I'm going to put the title here, which is the final exam result. This is the title. I have that HTML, and then I want to send it to all. So simply I'll click on OK, and then that you can see that it's actually sending. You can see that it is moving, it is actually sending. So we can see from my email that it actually works. You can see we have the title, but these are just non-existent email. So I can see it, everything deliver at it should be personalized email. So this is actually telling us that it actually works. You can just go ahead and try it out. And then if I go back to mailing, that is sending electronically. I can also print this out by saying I'll click on finish and match. I can edit individual document, or I can print document. So if I say print document, I want to print all, click on OK. You can come here, select the printer that you have installed to your system and send all. It will actually print all one after the other. Or you can select pages. Let's say I want to print the one, only the first one, and then I want to just print it to PDF, and let's see how it's going to come out. And then I'll click on OK, and then it gives me OK. I should just save. Let me just put it to the mail. We have it in the download. I will save, and then you see that it is actually creating that particular document. So if I go to download, I'll go to download, and then you see that particular document here. As you can see it actually pull it out, as you can see. So, and it's actually that's already to all our students. Now let's now work with labels. For example, let's create labels. Simply go back to my mailing, and then I'll go to start the mail mode, and then I'll click on labels, and then okay, let me have a new document. Let me open a new, let's create it in a new document. I have this, so I'll go to mailing, and then I will start a mail match, and then I'll click on labels. Then I'll just leave it as a default as the label vendor, and then we have the product number, and then I can click on OK. Now we should have a table, but since you can see that we have something like this, like a table, but it's not actually feasible, and then we have a table design and a table layout. So what I will do is that I will go to the table layout, and then I will click on view grid lines. Yeah, so we should have something like this. So if it doesn't show up on your document, you can simply follow the process, come to the table layout, and then click on view grid line. Now that we have that, so we can go back to the mailing, and then we can select our recipient from existing list. I'll click on this, and then I will select my Excel list, and then I'll open, and then we have this, and then the first row of data contain column header, which is okay by me, and then we have all of this. So what I will do now is to actually insert the merge field area. So I want to have the first name, I will put a space. I want to have the last name, and then I will press enter. Then I want to have the zip code there, and then I want to, again, I'll press on enter. I want to have the city, and then I'll press on enter, and then I want to have the country, and then I will press on enter. So that is the first step that we have to take. We have all this: the first name, the last name, the zip code, and the country there for us. Now that we have inserted all the fields, now what we need to do is that we are still in the mailing, and then we can then click on update labels. So I'll simply click on update labels, and then we'll see that that's actually, so let me, after updating, I can then click on preview, and then we have it. So since we have about just 10 names in our list, and then we can see all the 10 names, the name, their zip code, their city, and their country. If you have as many as possible, you can see that we have so many created, but since we only have 10 in our list, we can see the 10 that is here. So we have that. Now that we are done, we can come here, finish and merge, and then we can click on print document, and then we want to print all, and then we can print all to PDF. I'll just click on OK, and then I can say OK, mail to, and then have it saved to download, and then it is actually saved. We can actually access that. I come to download, and then I will open, and then we see all of our labels created for us automatically, and this is actually wonderful. Now let's go back to our lesson. All right, now that we are done with this, let's just go and create envelope and quickly do that. So I'll come to file, and then I will open a blank document, have it this way, and then I'll be using the same Excel data for it. So let me have it this way, and then I'll simply go to mailing, and then I'll start the mail match, and then I want to say envelopes, and then we have this. So we have the size 10 envelope, which is the default, and you can see here we have the size 10 envelope, and then you can see the preview here, which I believe is okay, and every other thing should be fine. But you can actually go through some of these and see whether you, for example, if you select this, you have a lot that you can choose from. I think the size 10 envelope, just make sure that whatever you select is physically the same with the envelope that you want to actually use to print out. And then we can go to the printing options, and then we can see that this is the default selection, that is the envelope is facing up, that is the default selection, and then you can actually choose any of these also, but I think it is okay when we just leave it in the default. So we say it is okay, and then we have these settings. Let me go back to, you can see we have this setting of the envelope. Now that we have it, we can actually select our recipient. Now, but for you to know where you are going to start typing from, I want to say that I will just activate this. Then it actually tells me that okay, I think this is where I can start typing, putting my typing from. So let's just connect this envelope to our Excel data. Let me do this a bit so that you can see clearly. Yeah, you can see. So let me connect it to the Excel data. So I'll go to the mailing, and then I will say select recipient, Then I'll use an existing list, and then I'm going to upload this Excel, and then it is actually done. This is my first row of data containing a column header, which is okay. And then we have that. So we can begin to insert our fields. I want a first name here, so I'll put a space. I want a last name, then enter. I want to have the zip code. I'll put a comma and a space, and then I will have the city, and then enter, and then I will have the country. Let me have the country, and then I'll put a full stop, and then we have our envelope ready. So we can preview what we have done. As you can see, this is it. We can preview all of that. We can preview all of that to see. Since we only have 10 lists, we can actually preview all of that to see what we have in the envelope. And then once we are done, we can come to finish and merge. So we want to view it individually. You can click on this, and then let me say okay, and then you can see the envelopes we have. From here we have 11 pages. You can see the envelopes, and then you can have as many as possible that you want to run, send it to your printer. You can then send it to your printer. So from here, since I have this from here, I can return to the merge, or I can simply come here home, and then I will simply say print, and then you can see the preview of the envelope, 11 pages in all. And then I'll just say you can see the preview. Or if you don't want to, you can of course Control A everything, and then how will I say, increase the font size. So let me say about 16 now. Before it was about 12, so that it will be clearly visible. We have this, so we can go ahead and then print, and then we can see the preview of the printer, the preview of the envelope on when it will come out, and then you can see it's actually look very okay. So you can select your printer from here, and then you can run it, and then it will simply come out from your printer. That's one way. That's a very good way that you can use to actually create envelopes in Microsoft Word. Now let's look for the last one that I want to for this lesson, and that is creating bulk letters. We've actually talked about match with Excel and Outlook. We've created labels, envelope. Now let's create bulk letters. Talk about creating bulk letters. Now to do that, we are using the same mail match, and then I have this short letter that I want to send to that same list. We need a source, and this is the source of our list. So we can just simply come here, and then we have, so we can go to mailing, and then start a mail match, and then we can say letters, and then we have this. Now since that we have this, we can select the recipient. We can type, we can upload an existing, which I'm going to do. I'll upload this, and then I have this, so I have this selected already. I'm going to click on OK. Now I'm going to simply select for example, this place. I'm going to have the first name here. First name, I'll give it a space, and then the last name, I'll have a comma, and then here I'm going to have the address. So I'll have the zip code. I'll give it a comma. I will have the city. I'll give it a comma, and then lastly I'll press my enter. I'm going to have the country, and then I will have a full stop, and then here where we have there, and then I want to have the first name there, the first name, and then I'll put a comma, and then I'm going to have my message. And then from here, from what we have learned, I can simply go to my insert tab, come to the quick part gallery, and then insert my name, signature, and all other stuff. So we have all of this. Now here, let me take this off. I'm going to put this here as the subject of the mail. So I'll have this. I have this. So I'm going to bold this, then the subject, and then we have it. So now that we are done, we can go to mailing, and then we can actually preview. See the preview. You can see the name, Daniel Okafor, blah 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 blah, and then there Daniel, and then we see it. So we can go on to preview, and then we see that we've created a bulk letter. We can create for as many as possible, but I'm only using about just 10 as an example. Now that we can preview, I'll turn it off again, and then I can go to finish and merge, and then we want to see individual documents. So merge records, we say okay, and then it will create a new document for us. You can see we have a new document, title, letter 2. Title is letter 2 here. And then if we go forward, if we go down, this is the first letter, then you can see another letter, then you can see another letter, then you can see. So it's just wonderful. And from here you can just send it to your printer, or you send it by mail, and this is just wonderful. So I want to sincerely thank you for staying with me in the intermediate level. We've had 4 modules, and then it has been wonderful. I trust that you've learned a lot, and then you are practicing along. So then if that's the case, thank you so much, and then I'll see you in the advanced level. Thank you so much. Hello, thank you for staying with me. We are now in the advanced level of this course, the word focus, and in this level we are going to have 4 modules as usual, and we are going to conclude what we have started in the beginners level. So we look at module 9, where we'll be talking about advanced media and future communication, whereby we'll be able to insert online videos and media files. We'll be able to take screenshots. So we work with a SmartArt and diagram, and then we'll move to module 10, whereby we'll be talking about collaboration and referencing, and then we'll be looking at how we can share documents for collaboration, how we can track changes and comment, how we can work with hyperlinks and bookmarks, and then we can also look at research tools, endnote and footnote, and so on and so forth. And then we'll dive into module 11, where we'll be talking about form security and restriction. And under here, we'll take a look at the various forms that we can create in Microsoft. We'll talk about document security, we talk about creating forms, and then we'll talk about how we can format and edit restrictions. And then we're also going to take a look at Microsoft, the online form for Microsoft, and then we conclude the course by looking at automation with macros. And then we also look at the AI tool for Microsoft Word. We'll be recording basic macros. We look at VBA editor, and then we look at the AI assistant for Microsoft Word. Thank you so much. All right, thank you. Welcome. We are in module 9, where we'll be talking about advanced media and visual communications. And firstly, we want to look at how we can insert online videos and local media files into our Word document. Now, for us to do that, we head to the Insert tab. Now, under the Insert tab, we have what we call media, the command group media, and then we have the online video that we can insert. Now, we can actually go on, click on it. We'll click on it, and then that should bring up this dialog box for us. And then here we can actually put our address, the online video address, and then we have here the supported video provider by Microsoft Word. You can insert YouTube video, URL, slide share, and so on and so forth. Now, I'll simply go to YouTube. Let's say we have on YouTube, and then I can copy the URL of this particular video or any of this video. Let me just say I want to copy this. I'll Ctrl C, and then I'll go back to my Word, and then I'm going to simply paste this URL, and then that should give me the preview of that particular video. As you can see, we have the preview here, so I can go on and click on insert, and then that will be inserted into my Word document. I can under the picture style, I can change the picture style. And if I click on the video, and we have a contextual tab where we have the picture format tab that we can actually use to manipulate our video. So from here, I can change layout. We have different layout. I can pick from, as you can see, I can actually change the layout of the video. And then you can see, so let me just go with this. I can, if I click on it, I can resize it, make it smaller or make it bigger, as the case may be. If I click on the picture format, there are a whole lot of things that we can do when we are working with pictures. We've actually treated most of this. We can crop it and a lot of others. So let's just leave it this way. And then with here, I can actually play the video right from my Microsoft Word. So I'll just simply click here, and then I'll click, and then the video should of course play, as you can see. Thank you for joining me today. Welcome to this lesson. I'm going to take you through how it's inserting videos, online video, into your Word document. And also, let me take this a bit, let me reduce the size. Also, that's for online videos, whereby if you want to insert local media file, let's say there are videos that you have on your laptop, on your system, and you want to insert, you can actually do that. So let me actually do that here. I will come, let's say any of this video, I want to actually put it into this Word document. I can just click it, drag it, and then release it, and then we have it. Now, for me to play this video, I can simply double click on it, and then this should come up, and then I will open it, and then but the default media player will be able to play it. As you can see, so I'm able to actually play that particular video. That's one way of doing it. You can drag and drop, or you can go to where we have the location of that video. You can just right click, copy it, and come to your Word document and paste. That's another way of inserting a local media file. That's number 2. Or you can insert it using the object in Word. So we go to insert, and then here we have what we call object, and then you simply click here, and then you click on object, and then you click on create from file, and then you can browse to the location of that particular video. You can browse to the location of that video. Let me see if I can find it on my desktop. We have those videos. So let me pick this, and then let me insert, and then I'll be able to say okay, and then I have it. So any of these 3 methods will work. We want to insert local media file onto your system, but the disadvantage is that it's actually going to increase the size of your Word document. This is very okay. Inserting online video, very okay. It doesn't in any way increase the size of your Word document, but this will actually add to the size of your Word document. As we inserted video, we can insert also audio file the same way, and then it works very fine. Now that's how we can insert online video and local media files to our Word document. We can go ahead and talk about screenshot. Let me take this down. We talk about screenshot. That is how do we take screenshot and insert it into our Word document. Now, from our insert tab, we have the command group called illustration, and then from there we have what we call screenshot. Now, if you want to take a screenshot, let me have, this is where I want to have my screenshot, and then I can simply click here where we have the screenshot, and then it displays it for me, and then I can click on screen clipping. If I click on it, and then I'm able to come here, it works more like the snipping tool in Windows. I'm able to just drag part of my document, or if I want to, any part I want to screenshot, I'll simply drag it this way. I'll click on OK, and automatically it's actually inserted that into my Word document. You can see, and then it gives me the picture format tab, where that allows me to actually work with this picture, do a lot of things with this picture, reduce the size and a whole lot of others. So I can simply reduce it this way and so on. So that's one way. So we can crop this picture. I can crop it. So I can crop it this way, and I can do a lot of things that we actually do with pictures. So we can take a screenshot of your of your work, of your screen. In Microsoft Word, you can actually take a screenshot. And other thing that you can do is that, like I said, this actually works more like the snipping tool. You come to your search bar and just search for the snipping tool, and then you click on it, and then this is my snipping tool, and then I want to take a screenshot. You can simply click on new, and then you can see I have it. I can go ahead to drag for as many as this is where I want to take. Let's say I want to take this particular place, the screenshot. I'll click on it, and then I have it. So from here I can copy this, and then I can insert it into my Word document. Let me insert it below here. I can actually paste it into my Word document, as you can see. So this is another way. You can use the snipping tool, or you can use the screenshot that is provided for us in Microsoft Word. The tool will work greatly. Now, for you to get a better of the snipping tool, for example, let me bring on my on-screen keyboard. This is our on-screen keyboard. Now, on your keyboard, you can actually activate your snipping tool automatically by actually pressing the print screen on your keyboard. So if it is pre-installed on your system from Windows 10, 11 and above, you actually click on the print screen, and then it should be automatically be selected, and then you can use, for example, I can click on print screen, and then you see that the snipping tool automatically comes up, and then I can go to where I want to screenshot. You can see it, and then I'll screenshot, and then you see it. So you can see the screenshot here. I can copy and have it in my Word document. So that's another way of doing the screenshot with the snipping tool and all of that. Now, other things that we can talk about is that we can talk about how we can work with the SmartArt diagram and how we can manage SmartArt. Now, when you're talking about SmartArt, you want to talk about infographics in Microsoft Word, which actually gives your work better view, command retention, and it also grabs attention. So it's actually very good that when you are preparing a document, you want to actually use SmartArt infographics to represent some of your points. Now, for example, if I want to represent this, we have our word focus that we are actually working on, and we have 3 levels there. We have the beginners level, intermediate, and the advanced level. Now I can represent this in SmartArt that will actually grab attention better than what I presently have. So we can do that. Now let's insert a SmartArt here and see how we can actually do that. Now we head back to our insert tab under the command group illustration, and then we have a friend. You can see this is a insert tab, illustration, and then we have SmartArt. So we can actually, so we simply click here, and then we click on it, and then we have the library coming up for us, and it says that we should choose a SmartArt graphic, and then we have this list, a whole list, and then we have the preview of how it actually looks like. We have the preview here, and also we have some basic information about the kind of smart art that we may want to achieve. So depending on what you want to achieve, you may want to take a look at this smart art. You have a list. If you want to represent a list infographically, you can choose any of these. You want to represent a list or a process. For example, this is a process, beginners level, intermediate level, advanced level. So we can come here and choose any of these as we want to represent a process. We have a circle, hierarchy, relation, and then a matrix, pyramid, picture, and we have more from office.com. So we can actually select any of these for our work. So let me just go with the process, and then you can see that once I click on it, we have the preview of that particular thing, and then we have some basic text here. As you can see, it says used to show a progression or sequential step in a task, process, or workflow. That is what this does. So you can actually go ahead and select any one of these that you wish, and then so we can look at this. You can see upward arrow said it is used to show a progression or a step that trend upward in a task, process, or workflow. So you can have all of this. Now, once you select it, you can click on OK, and then it is inserted into your Word document. Now, notice that immediately we inserted it, we have two contextual tabs. We have the SmartArt Design tab, and then we have the Format tab. Now, these are there for us so that we'll be able to manipulate our smart art and our infographic. So let me just go ahead and add text and see what we can do with this. So for us to add text, now if you take a look at the picture format design, we have this. We click here, it will actually show the text. So if yours didn't show it automatically, you can simply click here, and then we have this. So this is a bulleted list. It means that our smart art is working. This is how it works. This is a bulleted list, and then this is all level 1 items. This is all level 1 items as we have learned. Now we can add our text from here, or we can click directly here and add our text. Any of the two will actually work for us. Now I'm going to close again, and then let's say, like I said, you don't have this, you are on the smart art design, you can actually click on text pane, and then this will come up for you. So if I close this, this gets disappear. If I checked it, it comes up. If I close it and I click here, and then it comes up again. So we can actually manage that. So I can come here and then copy this. Beginners level, I'm going to copy the three together, Control C. You can actually do that. That's advanced clipboard trick. I'll copy this, and then I'll copy the third one, Control C. Now if I want to paste, I'll click here. Now if I want to see what I want to paste, I will not use Control V. I've actually pressed Window plus V, and it will actually show me the most recent text that I copied on my clipboard, and I'm going to select the one I want to actually paste. So I want to paste the beginners level first, and then I'll come here. I'll also press Window plus V, and then I'll come here, and then Window plus V, and then we have the advanced level. So we've pasted the 3 levels, as you can see, and they actually appeared. We can work more. I will select the text. I'll press my control down, and then I'll select the second one. I will select the third one. Now we can a bit reduce this. Depending on what you want, you can increase it. You can format it, the text. You can bold it, and then let me put it to 12. Have it this way, and then we have that. So we can click here, and then we see a process. We see a process that, okay, in our Word free course, we are starting from the beginners level, then we move to the intermediate level, then we move to the advanced level. Now this tells my story better. This actually tells my story better than rather typing it this way. So, and then other things we can do with SmartArt is that we double click, we have the SmartArt design. Let's see some of the things. How do we manage it? if you click on it, we have the hard shapes. Now the hard shape is that, let's say we have more process that we want to actually add. After the advanced process, let's say we want to say, okay, that will be exam, that will be kind of a test or exam. Now we can come here to say, okay, hard shape after. You can say hard shape after, and then we have it. So we have another level, another one. So here we can say, okay, that will be exam, and then you see it. So we can hard shape, we can also remove the shape that we have added. Now if I want to get rid of this exam, I simply have to delete. Simply have to press I will select it and press my delete. I can press it this way and then it is gone. So we have our 3 levels again. And then other things I can do here is that I have the layout that I can select. You can see different process. Let's say I don't want this particular one, I can select. You can see the preview. I have this. So we have the process. We have so many. So from the layout, you can actually change. Let me a bit reduce the size of this SmartArt. Yeah. So we have this. Now from the SmartArt, so the layout we can actually change depending on the one we want. We can actually change it. And also we have the SmartArt style that we can actually change. We have this, you can see this, we have this, we have this, we have this, we have this. So we have this, we have this, we have this, and then you can change any one. You actually change it. And then we have the color. We can change the color. So you can see, you can change the color. You can change the color depending on what I think this actually look better. This is colorful and it actually look better for us. So you can also add to the picture format, and then you see a lot of things that you can do under your picture format. You can have the free text, the auto text. You can change the art of the text, as you can see. Can do all of that. We can resize it and all of that. Then other things that we can do is that if you select, we can promote an item. For example, let's say I selected advanced level. Now based on what I selected, I can either move this up to wherever I want. For example, this advanced level, let's say I want to move it to the 2nd position, or say move up here. Simply say move up, and then you see it is up here. And then I can further move it up, and then I have it to be here. So, or I can move it down. I can move it down back to the normal position. I can demote as we have it. I can demote it, or I can return it back to the normal position. I can demote it. You can see demote. You can see demote. Have it. Or I can return it back to the normal position. So we have this, and then you can see. So this tells my story better than just typing in this way. So that is how you can work with SmartArt. A great way to actually tell your story better rather than just having text all over. And you can actually manipulate it. We have a lot of things that we can do right from the SmartArt design and the picture format. We have the shape effect. I can pick any of these effects to actually work with my shape, and we have a whole lot of other things that we can actually work with. Let's take a look at the drawing tool and then the gesture sketching, and now we can, for that, we can add to our draw tab, and then we will see what we have under the drawing tool. Now if you don't have your draw in your ribbon, or if you don't have any of this tab in your ribbon, or majorly this, if you don't have them in your ribbon, now what you can do is that you can simply turn them on by just going to right click any of the ribbon and click on customize the ribbon, and then this should open up for you. Or if you don't actually do that, you can go to file and then come to more, and then options, and then we have the dialog box, and then you can come to customize ribbon. You can actually access that, or I will show you another way that you can actually customize your ribbon. Go to the quick access toolbar and then click on show more command, and then we have this, so we can simply click on customize the ribbon, and then you have your main tabs here. Your main tabs are here. So if there's anyone that is unchecked, you simply have to put them on. You can see your main tabs are here. So this is draw, by just turn it off. Developer, if it is not on, you can just check it, turn it on, and then you click on OK, and then they should become visible. Now, what can we do with the drawing tool? We have a couple of tools. We have the drawing tool, we have the stencil that contains the ruler, we have the edit, we can format background, and then ink to shape, and then ink to matte, and we have the drawing canvas and a whole lot of other things that we can use. Now let's see how this actually works. Now if you select any of the drawing tools, you can simply click down to actually select the thickness, and this is actually the eraser. You can go on to select others. If you select it, you have options. You can see this is the thickness. You can select another thickness. You can select this. So let me just have it to be this. You can select color, any of this color, and even colors like this. You can select it, works well with them. So with that, I can simply annotate. It's mainly for annotation. You can see that this is ticked. Maybe I want to draw attention to this particular word, or maybe I want to highlight this particular one. Now once I do that, now once I click here again, this becomes like a shape, and then once you click on it, we have the shape format that we can actually use to format it, so they are like a shape. Once you just click on it, they are converted to shape for you. So that is that, and we can simply delete them, and then they delete them. So then head back to draw, and then we can simply select any of this ruler, anyone you want there for annotation or to draw attention to your document. They're actually great. And then we have the ruler mainly for us to draw a straight line. And then if I want to reposition the ruler, you can see the way it is. I can simply drag my mouse, select it, and then I'll simply move it. Around. And it's mainly if you want to draw a line. Let's say I want to draw a straight line. I will select any of these stencil. Let me select this thickness, and then I can simply come here and draw a perfect straight line. So the ruler actually allow me to do that. I'll come back here, and then I'll select this, and then I will uncheck the ruler, and then you can see that I'll draw a perfect line. I can move it around this way. You can see it. Can move it around and all of that. So that's what the ruler actually allow us to do. I'm going to again delete it, and then we can talk about background. You can see this is the format. Now we have it to be none. Firstly, let me draw a canvas. We have a canvas here. We have this that we can actually do one or two things on, and possibly let me draw something. Let me just draw something like this, like a box. Yes, I want to draw a box. This is the box. Let me want to have another box within a box. This is the box, and I want to actually have it this way. I want to have it this way. Then I want to actually have it this way. Now I can get rid of this by select this. Just select my eraser. I can simply get rid of this, and then I'll select this again. I'll select this. I will select it. Then I can do something that's near perfection. Let me leave it that. So here I'll select my mouse again, and then background. I can have this background. As you can see, I have a background. I can have different backgrounds. We have this. I can do this. We have this. So you can just walk around all of these, and then you see what you can make use of that. So let me just turn the background. Let me turn it off. So with the drawing canvas, we can actually just sketch whatever you want to sketch, and then it get converted into a kind of a shape, whereby we have the shape format that you can actually use to format it appropriately. So we have that, and then we can move it part of the all around, and so on and so forth. So let me just get rid of it. And then other things that we can do is that we have this ink to mat. It says convert handwritten math equation to typed number and symbol. So I can just click on it, and then I have a preview. So here I can write here. Let's say I want to write an equation and says, okay, B equals to then X plus y. So we can see that this handwritten equation has actually been typed to the proper format. It is written. I can erase it. If I just clear it this way, I can erase it, and it is gone. It is gone. So I can select it and correct. I can clear it, as the case may be. Let me write another one. I can say, okay, B equals to my plus y. So we have this. You can see this equation. You can clear it by just clicking on clear. It will be clear, and all of that. So let's talk about the ink to shape. We've talked about the ink to mat. So what this does is that if you put your cursor here, you see that it says that it automatically refines hand-drawn shapes. So draw, then you can see that it automatically converted into a shape. Let me draw another shape. Handwritten shape to be automatically converted into a regular shape. Look at this. I'll draw another one. You can see automatically got converted. I think this is not good enough. I can draw, let me say, kind of a circle, and then it automatically got converted into a circle. You can just go on and just try this. You can select another stencil, another marker. Let me select this thick one with this color, and then I can, let me say, draw. Then you can see it got converted automatically into a beautiful circle. So that is what the ink to shape does for us. So I will thank you so much for staying with me in this lesson 9. I'll see you in module 10. Thank you. Alright, hello, welcome. Now in this module we'll be looking at module 10, and we are looking at collaboration and referencing. I'll be looking at all of this, how we can collaborate with our teams, track changes, bookmark and hyperlinks and all of that. Now the first thing we are going to treat is that we are going to learn how to share document for collaboration. We are working with a document and we want to share with other team members for them to contribute, insert, delete, and do all of that. We can actually do that. Now there are 2 steps for us to take before we can actually do that. Now this particular document is unsaved. You have to first and foremost save the document and then share it. You have to save it to OneDrive or any of Microsoft Cloud based services, and then you can now share it. Now, for example, if you come here, you click on share, this particular button, and then we have the share. The other 2, like copy link and manage assets, they are grayed out because we are yet to actually save this particular document. Or you can simply also come to file and come to share. It will actually do the same thing. Now let's go ahead. We click on share, and then I want to click on share. And the first thing for us is that we have to actually upload this document to share it. We can do that. We can upload as a Word document, or we can upload it as a PDF file. So we simply, and then it's asking us to give it a name. So I'll just leave it like this. I say document 2, and then I'll click on OK, and then the word is naming, and then it will be uploaded to the cloud, the OneDrive. And then we have this dialog box that is actually giving us access to what we can do. So presently, we can go along with this setting that says anyone with the link can edit. That is one. Or if you want to change that, you can simply click here. If you click here, you can select specific people that you want to share the document with. You can select specific people, and then you begin to type their name or email addresses. Or let's just go with anyone. And then the current setting is that anyone with the link can actually download this particular document, edit it, view it, and do some other things with it. But if you don't want that, you can click here, and then we can say can only view. But since we want to collaborate with others, we have to give them the permission to actually edit this particular document. So I'll go with this, and then I want to say anyone with the link can actually do it. So I'll click on apply, and then we have this. So I can, what I will do right now is that I will copy the link. I'll simply copy the link, or I can even send the link by typing message, their name, email, and all of that. You can send it, you can see here. So you can type their name, their group, or their email address to actually send it to them. But what I will do is that I'll copy the link. I'll simply copy the link. It will create a link, then I'm able to copy. Then I will copy. Then I've actually copied this particular link. Now that we have uploaded this to OneDrive, we click on this share icon again. We see that these two are now visible for us. We can copy the link. We can manage access. So now what I will do right now is that I will open this in a new browser, and then I'll paste the link on the browser, and I'll just click on enter, and then I'll wait for it to simply come up. And now we have the Microsoft Word on the web version. Now what I can do to this particular document is that since I'm collaborating with my other members, I may want to say, okay, I will go to the review tab, and I will turn on track changes. So I will say track changes. You can see we have this that says we have a guest. So if my other collaborators, my other team member, if they make any adjustment whatsoever to this particular document, of course I'm going to see it. I'm going to see it over there. If you over this place, you will see that we have document said this guy has this document open, as you can see, and all of that. So if you click on here, it says you can make edits, make any changes, you can review, you can viewing. So these are all the permissions, all the access that has been granted that you have. And then here you see that we have the tracking that is saying that it is on, because I've actually turned on the track changes. So you can do a lot of things here. For example, you can insert comment. If you want to insert comment, let me say thank you, and then I can put it there, thank you. I can have inserted comment like this. I can link to the comment, I can edit comment, I can resolve, I can delete. These are the permissions, these are what I have, the options that I have. Now I can begin to make changes, maybe contribute to this particular write-up, make changes, and do all of that. Now let's make one or two changes to this particular document and see what we are going to have. Now this particular one, Microsoft Word, this write-up, I'm going to highlight this. I'm going to go to home on the web. I'm going to bold it. I'll give it italic, and then I will underline. So you can see that it's actually saying that as a guest user, I have formatted, bold, italicized, and underline. And then I have even the date and the time that this action was carried out. And you see that it actually displays it for me, those things that I've done. So you can go on and on, make changes to all of this document, and then on the other side, the other person is able to see everything that you have done. So let's say this particular expression, let's say I want to delete it. I want to say delete, and then you see that it's not gone yet, but I actually strike it through and give it a kind of a color to make sure that these are changes, these are things that the changes that I'm making to this document. Now, after making all my changes, now my other team member on the other side who actually shared the document can look at all the changes, and then he can accept or reject as the case may be. Now, as you see in my track changes, I have these options. I have this command group that says tracking, and I have this that says changes. Now, what I can do is that the current setting now is now markup. So I can change it to simple markup, all markup, no markup, or I can return this particular document to the original. If I don't like any of the changes, I can return it to the original. Or I can also turn on the navigation, the reviewing pin by saying, okay, let me have it this horizontal, or let me have this vertical. And then you can see these are the changes. There are 2 revisions, and then the guest user actually made a comment that says thank you, and then the revisions are the guest actually carry out formatted tags, font, bold, italicize, and underline. So we see all of that these are the changes that we made to the document. Now also the guest user also deleted, you can see actually show me the text, that paragraph that was deleted by the guest user and all of that. So you can go on and on. If as the changes are coming, depending on the number of people that are working on the document, you can just click here and begin to refresh, and then you begin to see the changes and where the changes actually took place. Here I made a comment that said thank you, you can see it, and here it was I formatted, I had a font, bold, italicize, and underline to this particular text. You can see it, it is clearly shown, and then we have this arrow also that clearly show the place. To move further, let's see if there are other stuff that we did. Yeah, if you move further, you see this is a paragraph that was deleted, and then you can see it clearly that it is clearly shown. And so all these changes that were carried out were will be visibly, you clearly see it, and then you now have the option to either accept or reject, and that's what we have. So you can come here, click the arrow down, and then you can accept and move to the next one. Then you can accept this change, then you can accept all changes as once, or you can accept all changes and stop tracking. Now the same has to do with reject. You can reject and move to the next one. You can reject changes, you can reject all changes, or you can reject all changes and stop tracking. So you can come here, you can reply. I can reply this particular person and say okay, then I'll put a reply there so you can see it. And then this particular place, these are what was formatted. I can either accept this or reject this. So I'm going to click on here and say reject. You can see the formatted text, all the formats applied to this particular bulleted list, they are gone because I actually rejected it. Now it actually took me to the next changes that was made, which is the deletion of this. I can come here and say okay, I can accept it. I can say okay, accept, and then you see as I'm accepting, everything is just applying, and as you can see that deletion has actually been applied to this particular document because I actually accepted it. So those are things that you can do with collaboration, track changes, and all of that. I can come to comments. I can make a new comment. I can delete. I can come here and say delete all the comments, and you see that all the revisions, everything has actually been done. I've made all the changes and all of everything is actually done. So I can come here and then I can close it. So that is how we can collaborate using Word, using the Microsoft Word cloud-based services. That is OneDrive. It's actually very easy to sign up. Just use your current email and sign up for Microsoft account, and then you'll have access to about 5 gig of cloud storage free of charge from Microsoft. You can actually use that for collaboration purpose. So we've gone through sharing document for collaboration. We've seen track changes and comments, and then we can begin to work on hyperlinks and bookmarks. Now if you come to insert under the command group links, we have the links, bookmark, and cross referencing. Now let's see what each of them does. Now links actually has to do with if you want to link, you want to give your reader, especially you want to give them access to actually review other sources rather than the one you have prepared. For example, I've have this write-up. Now let's say I want to link an external source to this particular write-up so that my reader can actually go to that particular place and read more. I can actually do that using these bookmarks, hyperlinks and bookmarks. So let's talk about hyperlink, folks. Now, for example, this is a write-up about Microsoft Office Suite. We have Excel, Word, PowerPoint, Outlook, and others that are not here. Now, let's say I have the overview as the title of Microsoft Office Suite. Now, let's say if I copy this particular topic heading and I go to my web and actually paste it, I'll paste it, and then I have this, and then let's say I want to have my reader, I want to link it to external source for them. For example, this Microsoft Office Suite, I'll click here. Now let's say I want to link that particular write-up to this particular website where we have the apps and services from Microsoft. I want to link it to that particular place. I want my reader to either come here and install or download whatsoever, or I want them to read more, furthermore, about all of these Microsoft suite, the Office suite, all of these. I want them to actually see it, read more about it. I can link this particular write-up to this web page. Now, how do I do that? I'll simply highlight where I want to add the links, then I'll click on link. Now, notice that there are 3 things that I can see here. I can either link to a system file or web page. I can link to a place in this particular document, or I can link to an email address. Now let's take a look at all of these one after the other. Now the first one is that I want to link it to a system file or a web page. So I want to link this to a web page. Now what I will do is that I will simply go to the web page and copy the URL. Just select it this way, press Ctrl+C, and then come to the document. This is the document we are using. Now paste the link in this particular place. Paste the link here, as you can see it, and then I'll click on OK. And then you see that if I put my mouse here, it's actually showing that I have, this is Microsoft Word Office Suite. Now I can, if I want to go to this URL, I can hold on my Ctrl key, and then I'll click on it, and then take me to that particular URL where I'll be able to, my reader will be able to do whatever they want to do. So that is how we can actually link to, we can have several links to our document, external link to our document. It will actually do that. Now let me actually do one more before we move to bookmarks. Now let's say I want to link to this Microsoft Word. Let's say I want to link to this particular Microsoft Word. I will come here. Let me return this. Yeah, let's say I want to, yeah, this is a Wikipedia stuff. Let me click on this. Now let's say I want my reader to actually come to this URL. I'll simply come here. I'll copy. I'll go to the document, and then I'll go to links, and then I want to link to existing web page. I'll click, I'll paste, and then I'll click on OK, and then you can see that we have it. So if I put my mouse here, you can see, can click on Control and click, it takes me directly to that web page. Now that is how to link to an external source within your document, so you can add as many links as possible to your Word document, and your reader will be able to go to that particular link once they actually get to that particular place in your document. Now, other things that we can do is that if you want to link to certain part of this document, now all these tools that we are talking about, they are actually used for very large documents. If you are creating a book, a document that is voluminous, you can actually do all of these link and bookmarks. Now, let's say I want to link to existing place in this same document where I want my reader to be able to click and jump from one section to another. What I will do is that I'll create a bookmarks. Now let's say I want to create a bookmarks, and I want my reader, for example, I've actually done this, I've linked this to external. So let me do for Microsoft Excel. So what I'll do is that I'll highlight this, and I'll say bookmarks. Now it says bookmarks name. Now what I will do is that I will highlight this, and then I'll go to links, and then I want to say place in this document. I'll click on this, and then you see that I don't actually have any bookmarks currently. So what I will do is that I'll first and foremost create my bookmarks for where I want to actually link to. So I will close this, then I'll go to where we have Excel. Let me put it here, Excel, and then I will say bookmarks, and then I will say MX Excel. So now notice that when I type my MX Excel, this is not it's grayed out because I actually had space. So you don't put space, you are creating a bookmark. So we have MX Excel. You can rather use an underscore. So we have MX Excel. I can add it. I've added it. It's not showing, but it will actually show later. I can come here. Let's say PowerPoint. I want to bookmarks. I will say okay. MS PPT, that's PowerPoint. I want to add it, and then I have that also. I can go on and on like that, but let's just stop. So we'll come here, and then let's say I want to add a bookmarks to this place. I will simply highlight it, and I'll go to links. And then I will say place in this document. Now you can see that we have an heading. I have all of my headings. We talked about heading style before. We have only one heading in this document where we have module 10 collaboration and referencing. I can link to that, or I can link to this very place. So the first one is I want to link to Excel. So I'll click here, and then I'll click on OK. We now have a bookmarks. So you can see it. Once I hold on my control and I click, it takes me to where Microsoft Excel is immediately. Now, also I can come to PowerPoint, and then click on links. I want to be placed in this document. I want to link to this very place, and then I click on OK. Now, if my reader is reading and they want to go to this particular section, PowerPoint, they only have to put their cursor there, press on the Control key, and then click. It takes them to where we have that bookmarks immediately. have PowerPoint. So it is actually a tool that is used to jump from section to section within your document. You can link an external link, you can have an external link, you can have a link within your document, you can have link that is linking to other documents. About that, now we can take a look at the other one, the third one. We click on links. We've talked about for web pages, for a place in this document, and then we can also link to an email address, so we can do that. Now what that will give us is that by the time you have a link to an email address, your reader will be able to, of course, for example, like what I did there, write me here. So if my reader comes here and they just press on their Control plus and click on this, they are able to send an email automatically. See, it automatically launch my Outlook email, able to do, and then other thing. So, and then they are able to write me an email automatically. So that's also, you can have all of that in your documents. Now we can go on to talk about other things like the footnote and endnote. Now what happens is that the Microsoft Word actually gives us a lot of options to actually format or add additional information to our document without actually disturbing the actual document. And that's an example where we have the footnote and the endnote. Now mainly the footnote will appear at the end of each page, while the endnote will appear at the end of the document or a section. If you have several sections within your document, so you may put your endnote at the end of each section or at the end of the entire document, and your footnote will appear at the end of each page. Now let's see how it works. Now for us to insert a footnote and endnote, we have to go to referencing, and then we have a group dedicated to it. We have this group footnotes, and then within it we have the option to insert endnote, and we have the option to insert footnote, and we even have this little drop down within it. And of course we have this that we can click to actually expand. We click on this, we actually have this dialog box that we can actually use on and on. So let's just see how it works. Now let's say, for example, that I want to insert a footnote first. Let's say I want to insert a footnote. I will have my cursor here, and then I'll click on insert footnote, and then it takes me to the end of that particular page. You can see I'm still on that particular page. This is the end, so I can equally insert my footnote. Let me say, okay, let me just have this word and say, okay, Microsoft Word is a powerful, it's a word processing application. Let me put it, and then I have it. Now if I come here, if I come to where I actually inserted the footnote, you can see, so my reader can come here, and after putting their cursor here, they are able to see what the actual footnote say. Microsoft Word is a word processing application. They can double click. With double click, you are able to go to that actual footnote. You see that it appears at the end of that particular page, not the entire document. So you can have your footnote, and then your reader can go from footnote to footnote within your document. We can have another one. Let's say, let's move to another page. We only have 2 pages here, but let's just move and say let's have a footnote here. We can just say insert a footnote, and then we come here, and then we can actually insert our footnote here. So we can see that this is the second note, and then we can go to where we have it. You can see it. So the first one is 1, and then we can see that this is the second footnote that we have. You can see say number 2. If we double click on it, it takes you to where we actually have that footnote, and you can see this is the place. That's how it works. And you can actually click here. You can say the next footnote, the previous footnote. You can navigate. Let me say previous footnote takes me to this place. If I say the next footnote, the previous footnote, it takes me to the first one. I say the next footnote, it takes me to the second one, and it can go on and on like that. And then we can insert an endnote also. For example, we can, once I just click, if I have my cursor anywhere, and I just click insert endnote, it takes me to the end of that document. So I can say this is the first of endnotes. I can go back and say this is where I have the endnote. Put your cursor here, you're able to see, and if you double click, it takes you to where we have those the particular. So you can have it can be within the section within your document, it can be at the end of your document. And then if you click on this little drop down arrow, you have this, so you can actually select. If you click here and say okay, you can have it at the end of your document, you can have it at the end of your of a section within your document. And then you can convert, for example, a footnote, you can an endnote, you can convert into a footnote, and vice versa. You can also convert a footnote into an endnote. For example, if I just click on the little drop down, if I select footnotes, you can see you can have it bottom of a page or below a text. You can select one of those options. You can convert a footnote to an endnote. You can actually do that. You can have the columns. Maybe you want to have it in one column, two columns, or three columns within your document. It's possible. You only have to select the number format. You can select the numerical, the ABC, the Roman numeral, and all of that. You can select it. You have the number format. You can select at where you want it to start, maybe at 2 or any other number. You can even have symbol and all of. So you can actually play around with this formatting and see which one works best for you. So that's that about footnotes and endnotes. For us to use this, we have to head to this command group. We have a whole section dedicated to it. Now what we'll do is that we first and foremost, we first of all inside our citation for us to use it, for us to be able to of course include this in our work automatically. So what we'll do first is that we have to go to manage sources. We click on it, and then we have this dialog box for to automatically see. So we have where we have our master list. You can see that this is actually empty now. I've actually deleted some that I have before this lesson so that we can start from scratch. Now what we'll do is that if you want to actually use this, we are writing academic research work, thesis, report, and all of that. I want to have it inserted automatically. Of course, it's very useful. Now when we talk about citation, we are talking about just a kind of a short reference, to a source. For example, if you look at this Microsoft Word, I said Microsoft Word is a word processing and part of Microsoft Office suite. This is a definition, and then I quoted the source where I actually copy or pick that definition from, and I say Microsoft 2023. That is citation. While bibliography will appear at the end of the document, and it will list the full reference, the name of the author, the year, and every other thing will be listed fully. So let's see how we can actually manage that, include that in our research work. And for example, this is a sample. You can see Microsoft 2023. We have it, Microsoft Word documentation, Microsoft corporations. This is a full reference, not a citation. Now we can go ahead to manage sources, and then what we'll do is that we have to create new. We click on new, and then before that you can also pick the format, the style that you want. As you can see here, we have the APA style. If you click here, we have a whole lot of style that you can pick from. You have the APA 6th edition, Chicago, the 16th edition, and all of that. So just pick a style, and then you can go ahead to add it. So I will click on new, and then we have this dialog box. Now the kind of reference we want to actually insert depends. We have this one to be the source, the type of source. We have a book, and then we have other sources. We can have it to be book section, journal article in the periodical, conference proceeding, report. So we have a whole lot of type of source that we can pick from, and each one will depend. If you, for example, if you click on journal article, you have all this you have to fill. If you click on section of a book, you have to fill all of this. So it depends on actually the one that you want to. So let's just try website, and then we have it. So you can see that we have a website, and then we have to fill all of this information. We have to fill all of this information into it, and we have the author, and if it is a corporate author, you can check this, and then we'll be able to enter the names here, or the name of the website, the name of the website. This is the name of the web page, you know, and a whole lot of other things there. And then if you check on this, as you can see, we have a whole lot of information to supply, so that we can actually fill this and be able to insert it automatically. But let's just uncheck this. Let's keep it simple, and then we want to uncheck this. So I'll go to a source, for example a website. Let's say we want to actually reference this source. So we have a Wikipedia page that we can actually, so I'll copy this URL. I'm going to copy this URL, and then I'll put it here. This is the URL. I'll put it, this is where we have the URL. The date was published, the month, the year, the name of the website, the name of the page, and then I'll just fill this information, and then we'll come back. Let me pause the video. Alright, I just keep it simple, so and I fill all the information as much as possible. And then I can click on OK, and then we see it that we don't have a list. You can see, so as you begin to add as many as possible, you begin to have a list. All the lists that you've added, all the sources you've added will actually be shown in this very box, and then you can now begin to, of course, insert and insert and insert. So let's say we've added a source, and then let's say we now want to, at the end of our document, let's say we want to insert. Now don't forget that we've turned on track changes and all of that, so we can go to review, and then we can say okay, I can say accept and stop tracking, and then so that all the red text can go, and you see that everything is document is back to normal. So I can come to the end of this place. Let's say this is where I want to insert, where I want to have my citation. I simply goes to where we have the referencing, and say, and I will say, you can see we have all the formats or stuff. We can pick any of these that the input format. So we can say insert, and then you see that particular stuff has been inserted, and I copy. So you can go on and on to automatically have your stuff, your sources inserted into your Word document. Let's say, for example, I want to have a citation where I actually have this definition. Let's say, let me get rid of this. Let's say I want to have that citation here, I can click on inside citation. We have it, you can see it. Or I can add new, so I can just click here and then you see it. So this is an example of a citation, a shorter form of reference, and you see that automatically Word inserted that particular citation that I've added. And then if you go down, I have the full reference at the bottom of my page. I have the full reference here. So that is how, if you are writing an academic work, academic research paper, a thesis, a long essay, and you want to have all of these sections, all of these inserted automatically by Word, you can actually do that. So all you need is to come here, click on manage sources, and then just put in all your sources here, and then you are able to, of course, add it one after the other to your document. You actually add all of that to your document. That's that. Now, lastly, let's talk about creating and updating table of figures. That's another form of reference that we can add. Now, for that, I want to go back to our original document that we have been using. This is the, of course, the original document we've been using from the beginning. Let's say we want to work on table of figures. So we simply goes to reference, and then we have insert table of figures. But before that, we have to insert caption. We have to insert captions. Now let's say, for example, some of our tables are images. We can go to insert caption. Now I want to click on, let me start from some of those images that I have here. For example, this, or I can start from up. Let me start from up, tables and all of that. Now I have this table. I can click on this table, select this table, and click on caption, and then I have this box, and then you can see that automatically was able to detect that this is a table, and it says table 1. I can, of course, give it another name or add extra details to that particular table. For example, the average of student score per term. That's the name of the table. So I can, of course, add it to this very place. So I can say here, I will just put a dash and say, so I have it to be average score per term. Now the label, I want to label it as table. You can label it as figure or equation. So I'll label it as a table. This is a table, and then I can have all of this. If I want to, you have the auto caption, I have the name label, you have the numbering if you want to go advanced, but you can just keep it simple. So I'll click on OK. I've actually labeled this. As you can see that we have the table 1 average score per term there. You can go forward and say also insert caption, and there say this one says table 2, so I'm just going to leave it that way, and then I'll have it as a table, and then I will leave it. I'll click on OK, and then we have it as table 2. You can have as many as possible. This is another one. I can insert caption here. I will label this one to be figure, and then I'll just leave it simple and say figure 1, and then I'll say OK, and then as you can see we have it here. Also I can go on and on. Here this I can also caption it and say figure 2. Let me leave it as figure, and then OK, and then this is another. I'll write a caption for it, and then I'll say OK, and then this is another one. I'll insert a caption, and then I'll say OK. I can write above the selected item, or it can be below, so I prefer below, and then have it to be OK. Now with everything I have done, I can go ahead to, let me also caption this figure 5, and then say OK, and then we have it. So I can go to where I want to have my list of tables or list of figures, as case maybe. Let's say, for example, I want to have my list of figures here. So I'll simply I'll go to insert table of figure. For example, I want to insert number 1, insert. So I'm going to have my list of figures here, and then I'll go to insert caption, and then we have this. So there are two things that we have inserted. You can see this is our figures, our list of figures, and then we can see preview, and then we can also see the web preview here. We can also use the hyperlink instead of a page number, which of course I'm going to leave. Or for example, we can have our list of tables. Because we inserted tables, we inserted figures. So if we inserted different caption labels, we have to insert them one after the other. So let me insert the table first. Let me cancel this. I'll have the tables here. So I will say insert, and then I want to pick tables first, and then I'll click on OK, and then you can see the labels. I see table 1, average score per term. That is the extra details that are actually added, so we can do that. And then table 2, I just kept it simple, and then we can see the page numbers. Now for list of figures, you can go there, and there we have list of figures. You can see the preview. You can click on insert, and then we have it. So those are extra details that you can add to your Word document. Fantastic. So now we have this. We can automatically go there from any part of our document. It actually takes us there, and it says control click to follow. So I'll hold on my control, and then I will click. It takes me immediately to where I have that particular table or figure. So that is how it works. So it's actually a great way to add extra details to whatever we are doing. If we are writing an academic work, research paper, this is a great way to add extra details. For example, I want to go to the table average score per term. I simply control click, and then it takes me immediately to that particular table. And I can even add extra details here. I can type here and add extra details. So this is a great way for you to format your work. So thank you so much for staying with me. I'll see you in module 11. Thank you. Hello, thank you for staying with me. Welcome to module 11, and we are going to deal with forms, security and restriction in module 11, and we quickly take a look at all of these so that we can know how to actually apply them in our daily work. Now, we are talking about restriction. It has to do with collaboration, or when you are working with a very important document that you actually you want to password protect it, or you actually want to collaborate with others and you want to limit editing and formatting depending on what you want to do, then we can refer to this particular section. Now, there are two things that we can do. For example, we can head to the review tab, and then we have this command group that says protect here, and then we have the block authors, and then we have restrict editing. We can do all we want to do from here, or we can head to file. When you click on file, and then you can come here and click on info. Where's the document info? I click on info, and then we have this that says protect documents, and then we have this little drop down that we can actually select from. So if we actually click on this drop down, we have a list of options that we can pick. You can do this. This in most cases, when you download the document from the internet, this normally comes with it, whereby you are asked to enable editing before you can actually edit, and then you can encrypt with password. Very, very important. You can actually do that. You can restrict editing, or you can restrict access. All of this you can do right from here, or we can put a password, and then you have this dialog box. Once you include put the password, and you click on OK to ask you to put the password again, and then every time you want to actually open this document, it will request that you open it with the password. We can actually do all of that from here, but rather let's head to the review tab, and then let's start our work from here. Now let's quickly look at what we call block authors. Now this actually, if you want to collaborate, Now, notes, very important that I've actually uploaded this document to cloud storage, and then you can see that I have these options. In most cases, if you don't, some of these options may not be enabled. You may have restriction if you don't actually upload to the cloud. Now, for example, if I want to send out this document, let me actually go up, and I don't want anybody to actually edit this part that I've highlighted. I can select it and click on block authors, and then I will say block authors. And then if you over this, it says to avoid conflict, other authors will not be able to edit this area until you unblock it and upload to the server. So you can see that this area that I've highlighted, nobody will be able to edit whatsoever that is here. That is how to do with block authors. So if you want to send this over, or now I can release this document, and then this is actually gone. But the main stuff that we want to actually work on is about restriction, document restriction. So let's look at the options that we have. Now, if you hover your mouse over restrict document, and then we click on it, and then we have these three options. Now, the first one says formatting restrictions. That's what we have here. We have the settings down there, and then the other one says editing restrictions, and then the third one, we can enforce restriction. We can start the enforcement of restrictions. Now let's look at what we can do. Now, if I want to actually limit formatting to a selected style or whatsoever, I can check this box. I can check here formatting restriction, and then I'll click on settings, and then I have this dialog box. So from this dialog box, I can do all my settings and limit the formatting restrictions to my document. Now you can see that I've limit formatting to a selected selection of styles. So I've actually checked all of this. If I uncheck this, this is not checked. So if I check this, all this is selected automatically. So if I want to actually limit restriction to all of these, it's very simple. I simply have to click on OK. And also we have other three formatting that we can take a look at. Say the first one say allow auto format to override formatting restrictions. The second one say block themes or schemes switching. And then the third one says block quick style set switching. So we can take a look at all of that. So let me just leave it, and then I'll just click on OK. And then it says this document may contain formatting or style that are not allowed. Do you want to remove them? I'll say no. And then I've actually set it. Then I'll say yes, start enforcing protection. I'll click on this. This dialog box will come up, and then I can enter a password, and then confirm the password again, and then I will click on OK, and then we have it. So let's see some of those things that we have. We go to the Home tab, we say that here we cannot, under the fonts command, we cannot do anything in this place. Then under the paragraph command, we cannot do anything also in this place. But under the style command, we have our styles, text style, still available for us to do one or two things which we want to change to heading 1, heading 2, and all of that we can do. Now, if we go to other tab, for example, insert, we can do this grayed out. We go to draw. So majorly, the formatting aspect of our document, we have enforced restriction to the formatting type of our document. All of these, we cannot do anything here. That is about formatting. Now, let's go back. Let's stop our protection. Then we can enter our password once again, and then we click on OK. Then you see that everything is back to normal. Now we can also click on setting. That is, we've checked all these conditions. Now let's apply. Let's also add this to it. Block themes or switch or scheme switching. Let's add it to it. We click on OK. We say no. and then we enforce protection, and then we put our password to enforce restriction, and then we click on OK. Now let's see, we see once again that formatting is gone. We cannot do any formatting. We still have our styles are still here. And then if we go to other tabs, this insert, draw, design, we have some are grayed out. For example, you can see some of these under page setup, all of them are grayed out. We cannot do anything here. We have some here also that are also grayed out. So you can apply all of these restrictions to our work depending on what we actually want to do, and then the restrictions are gone. Then we have other restrictions that we can do. Now, for example, we can uncheck this, or if we check this, we can pick on that is all. We can check recommended minimum, and then we can click on OK. We said no, and then we enforce protection. Let's see what we are going to have. Those are levels of restriction that we can apply to our document. We come to the Home tab. We have our styles are here, but here our font command is gone, and then also the paragraph command is also gone. So we can apply some of this restriction to our work. So let's stop protection. Then we put in our password. Then we click on OK, and then that's gone. Now that's formatting. We can take a look at other things that we have here. We have none. We can auto check all of these and see what we are going to have. So I will uncheck this also. I'll say OK, and then let's head here to editing restriction. We check here. If we just click on this drop down, we are going to have the restriction that we can apply. We can no changes. That's the read only. If we check this, which means that our readers or whoever we give this document to, we only be able to actually read only. So let's add that. Let's start. Let's enforce that restriction and see the options that we are going to have. Then we click on OK, and then we see this. That is the read only restriction that we have applied. We see that everything here is gone, including our styles. Everything here is gone. So no editing whatsoever, no formatting, no editing. If you come to the Insert tab, everything also is gone. You can see that we are not able to do anything. So whoever gets this document will only be able to read. That's the read only restriction that we have applied. You can see even our themes, our document formatting and themes, everything is gone. Layout, there's nothing we can do. Referencing, not much here. Mailing, review, view. So there are not much that we can do with the read only restriction that we have applied to our document. Now let's stop the protection, and then we see other options that we have that we can use. Now we've done that. Now we can, that's the read only. We can say track changes. We've talked about track changes. We can have that of comment. We have filling in forms, and then no changes. We've talked about the read only. So we can do all of these. We can enforce all of these restrictions to our document. There are some exceptions that we can apply. You can see we have the exception, which is optional, and then we are good to go. So for restriction, whether formatting or editing, we need to head to our review tab. Now from our review tab, we need to head to our review tab, click on it. Now from this is our review tab, and then we can come to where we have protect, the command group protect, and then we have three options that we can formatting restrictions, editing restrictions, and the third one is that it gives us the option to enforce those restrictions. So those are things that we can do with our document. Very, very important. And like I said earlier, you can head to the info here, and then we can also apply those restrictions in this way. For example, restrict edit. restrict editing. If I click on it, it takes me back to this very place that we have worked on under review. So you can see how the two are actually linked together. If I come here and then I say restrict access, say this one say grant people access while removing their ability to edit, copy, or print. That is the read only that we have talked about. Then this we actually require a password for you to supply when you want to open this document. So these are things that we have when we're talking about security and forms restriction in Microsoft Word. We talk about the password protection techniques which we have looked to under all these settings. Now we can get rid of these and then we move on. Now, another very important thing that we need to talk about is the developer tab overview. We can create forms using the form control. We can secure the form for distribution, and also we can look at the Microsoft online form, where we can use that to collect any type of information that we want to collect. Now, next we head to the developer tab where we can look at how we can create forms with forms control. Now, for us to do that, majorly we need to use the developer tab. Now, if it's on our ribbon, you see that we don't have the developer tab here on our tab. Now, what we can do, we have a something that we can do to bring it there. We can right click on any of this tab. For example, I can right click on layout. If I right click on layout, I have customize the ribbon, I have collapse the ribbon. So I can click on customize the ribbon, and then I have this dialog box whereby it's under customize the ribbon, and then we have, so I can collapse this, and then I can just check my developer tab and then click on OK. That's one way of doing it. Or we can come to file and then go to more, where we have options, and then we have this dialog box coming up, and then we can come to customize ribbon, and then we have it here. So I will just collapse this. I will just collapse this, and then I will check my developer, and then I will click on OK, and then you see that we have our developer tab now visible for us. So we can click on developer, and then under the developer tab, we see that we still have that same protect command group here. You can see it where we have the block authors, and then where we have document restrict editing under the protect command group. We have that command group also under review. We click on review, we have it here. Now under developer also, we have that same protect command group here. And then we now have our control. We have all these buttons that we can work with in our developer tab to create forms and a host of others. Now let's see what we can do. Now I'll simply click it. Now we have some pre-installed forms, themes that we can use automatically. For example, if we head to file and then you click on new, and then we have this blank here. We can search for forms. We can search for forms. Then I will search for it, and the searching online, then it will actually bring, you can see some of the templates that we have. You see, this is a cash donation form, this is a membership form, this is a volunteer form, this is a field trip form. We have a whole lot of forms, pre-installed template that we can actually choose from, and then we just do some basic editing to actually fit what we want to actually do. Now let's just insert one. For example, we have this membership form. Let's say we have the membership form. I click on it, and then I will just click on create, and then it will download the template and save it and just open it for me automatically. And then I have this form. Now if we take a look at this form very well, you see that mostly it actually uses tables. For example, I know I have two other contextual tabs applying. We have the table design tab, we have the table layout tab. So I know this mostly these are tables, and then with some form controls that we can actually include too. So we have this. This is a membership form. Here I can't do anything, but here I'm able to type. For example, I can type my first name. I can come here and type my last name. I can put in my phone number. I can, my work phone, my email. I can just fill this simple form, and then I'm good to go. Now, when we head to our developer tab, we can click on design mode, and then we see everything that were done in this form. For example, here we see that we have the form control stuff here. We have it here too. We have it in all these places where we can see where we have all the forms control highlighted for us in this particular form. So we have an option to actually select from our exit the design mode. So we have an option to actually select from template that we have already done for us by Microsoft, or we can actually build our own form by ourselves. That is something that we can do. So let me go back to the document we are using. We can build a simple form by ourselves. So let me just insert a table, maybe a 2 by 2. Let me insert this table, and then from here we can build, for example, the membership form. I can put in the information that we have here. So let me quickly put the information, and then I will come back to continue. All right, now that we have this form, this table, we have all of this information, we can actually quickly design it and see what we can do. Now, for example, I can do this, I can merge it, and then I'll just say merge cells, and then I can head to the table layout, and I can auto fit this to be in the center. And then let me quickly get a table design. Let me see if I can get a good table design. I think yeah, I think this is okay. No, I'm going to change this. I don't like this. Let's see whether I can get a table design. Let me go for this. Now we have this membership form. Now I can, why table is important is that it gives you a lot of options to do a whole lot of other things, modify, restructure, and a lot of other things when you are creating your form. Now, what we can do again is that we can head back to the developer tab, and then we can actually put some of this control to actually help us to create our form. Now, for example, for the full name, I can add to where we have this one that says rich text content control, or we can have this that says plain text content control. I can include this, and then we have it. So here now, so I can actually type here. For example, you can see it. So that's here, date of birth. I can come here and look for a date picker. This is I want let me see if I can get a date picker here, and then here I can, wherever I want to fill it, can actually date of birth, look for the date, the year, and all of that. So let's say, for example, let me pick today, and then I'll just put that here. And then select, we can have a drop down here. For example, let's come here and see where we can have a drop down. You can see this is a drop down. We click here, and then from here we can actually modify this by for example, here we don't have anything here for now, but we can actually click on the property of this particular drop down, and then we can click on property, and then from here we can add. For example, add, you can say okay, we have male, or we can have it to be male, say okay, and then we add again, you can say okay, female, and then we add it again, and then we click on OK, and then whoever that want to actually select, we can click. So we now have a drop down, and then we can say okay, male, and then we have that. The phone number, we can have the text there, be able to type our phone number and so on and so forth. And type our phone numbers here. Our email also, we can have a text box where we'll be able to type our email and so on and so forth. And then we have the membership fee. You can at the same time put a text box here to say, okay, maybe our membership is 25,000 naira. We can put it, we can insert a row below. And then let me say, for example, we may have the image or the passport. So we can even have, go to our developer, and then we have this picture control, and then we just put it. So this, we can put this under our table design. We can put this in the middle, and then we can, let me see if I can add the picture. Let's have one from our stock online image. So we can search for colored people. Let's see whether we can get. Okay, let's see. Okay, let me add this. Then I want to insert, and then we have it. So I can select this and the picture format. Let me just crop a bit to make sure it looks like a passport. Yeah, I want to crop this way, and then we have it. So you can see that we have this very simple form that we can create ourselves, or we can actually, insert from Microsoft online form, just like this. And then we begin to see all the information that we have there. Now here, the one we've created, I can click here and then go to the developer tab, and then I can click on design mode. You see all the controls that I've inserted that are there for me to actually work with. You can see all the controls. So we can actually pick one pre-installed for us, or we can actually design one ourselves and all of this. So also we can enforce restriction as regarding this form. Don't want people to tamper with it, and you only want to give people access to only edit. You can simply click on restriction, and then we want to check this and say, okay, we want to only give people the ability to fill in forms. Filling in forms. So, and then you start enforcement, and then you put in your password. So nobody will be able to modify this table, anything here. They will only be able to actually fill the forms alone, and everything will just work fine. So that's one way of going about it. Now, instead of us creating a manual form like this in Microsoft Word, we can actually make use of the online form from Microsoft. The online form from Microsoft for collaboration. For if you want to get, you want people to fill the form, maybe membership like we have had here, and every other things. We can actually create an online form and then put the link in our document, and then people can fill in, and then they are good to go. We can collect responses and all of that. So let's see what we can do to actually achieve that. Now, for us to achieve that, I open my browser, go to forms.office.com. Just say forms .office. So we have form.office.com. That's where we can actually find the Microsoft form, or you can go to office.com and actually pick on forms. And then if you click here, you see everything, services from Microsoft, the app, Outlook, Excel, Word, the online version, and every other thing. Now we have some templates that are that we can use from Microsoft. If you don't want this template, we can click on hide. Don't want it, or we can explore the template gallery to see more of such templates. So you can click here and see more of templates. There are so many of them that we can quickly pick, edit to fit in whatever that we want to do. But if we don't actually want to do that, we can come here where we can start a new form. We can click here to start a new form, or we can click here to for quick import of our forms. And then we also have some headings here where we can my forms. If you have created form before, it will show here fill form, share with me, and then favorite, and a whole lot of others that we can explore. So to start with, we can click on new form, then a new tab will open, and then we have this showing up for us. Now from here, why this is very good is that we can, after creating the form, we can collect responses, and then we can view responses, and much more than that, we can even analyze those responses with Excel. Now we have this template. We can quickly start. Let's say, for example, we want to start with a choice, a date, or a text, as the case may be, rating, and all of that. But from what we have in our forms that we created here, we only have about full name, date of birth, sex, and all of that. So let me divide my screen that we can see some of these things that we are doing. Now I've closed this, and then here I want to start with full name. I'll start with a text, and then it says question. So I'll simply type my full name here. I'll say full name. Now here, the title of the form, we are creating a membership form. So we'll put in the title, as the case may be. We can put a description here if you want, but if you don't want that, we can just leave it, and then we are good to go. Now here we have a full name. Now I want to make this required, that is compulsory. So if you don't actually fill this place, if our user does not fill this place, they are not able to submit this form. So this is required, and then you can add a subtitle, you can put a restriction or whatever. So, but let's just keep it simple. And since this is required, you can see that we have an asterisk that says that this is a compulsory field that our user must fill. And then we have that. Now we can add question. Now, number 2, we want to add a date. So we can pick a date, and then we can say, okay, this is a DOB, date of birth. Let's just keep it simple that way. And then do we want to make it required? So I can check on this or check this. So I want to make it compulsory, a required field. So we have the date of birth, and then the format is already there. Whoever that want to fill it, we only have to select, and then we fill. So after the date of birth, let's add a new question. Then since we want to add sex, a drop down, let's pick choice, and then we can have what we have sex, and then option 1 to be male, and then option 2 to be female or female, and then we are good to go. That's that about that. So they will go filling the form, they will be able to pick an option here. You can add the next question, which is the phone number. I'm going to leave that as text. I'll just say phone. Okay, they can actually enter that. I'm going to make it required. The next form, email address, I'm going to have that to be text, which is of course we can say email. We can make that also required. The next one, which is the membership fee paid, so that also should be, of course, fee. So can have that also to be required. We can add other options like for example, date. We've added date. We can add ranking if we are dealing with stuff that has to do with ranking. If we are dealing with those that have to do with date and a host of others, but we can just keep it simple, like we have created in this particular user form. We can even add pictures and all of that we want people to. So let me expand this. Now we have this basic form. We can preview it. We can pick a style. Let's first of all preview it. So this is how it will actually look like when our readers, those that want to fill this form, when they are actually filling this form on mobile. This is how it will actually look like. Very neat. I'll go back and then let me pick a style. We have a whole lot of styles that we can pick from here by Microsoft Layout and a whole lot of others. So let's see. We have the suggested style. So we have this, we have this, we have this, we have this. So we can pick. You can see we have this layout we can pick from. Let me see if I can pick something that is simple. Let me pick this. So we can see background. You can see it, membership form. I think this is good. And then we can put a setting whereby we say we are accepting responses. If you are not accepting responses again, you want to check this, and you say that nobody is able to fill this form or submit this form again. But for now, I'm actually accepting responses, and then I will just leave it this way. And then here, let's preview once again, and then you can see the form that we have created. You can see. Then if you want to fill, you can start now. Now let's go back. Now we can collect responses. Now that I want to send out this form, I can click on collect responses, and then I have this. So I can send it to people by sending it to their email addresses. I can create a QR code. I can have it embedded. I can share it on Facebook. I can share it on X. I can have, this is the link. This is the link to the form. I can shorten the link. I just click here to shorten the link. So I'll simply copy the link. I'll copy from here, and then I can go to my Word documents here, and then I will expand a bit, and then I have this. So instead of people creating this type of form in your Microsoft Word, you can simply just simply put the link to this form. So we can say something like this. So now we can have this, fill the membership form here. Like our previous topic that we have treated, you can actually put the link, or I can do it this way by putting the link that I've copied here, or I can embed the link into this very text. Just highlight it and go to insert, and then click on link, and then we want to put the link. Then you put the link here this way, then you click OK, and then you see that the link has actually been inserted. So I don't need to put this here there. Now here you can now see, if you put your cursor, it say control click to follow. I'll control click, I'll do this, and then it takes me to that particular form online. I'll click on start, and then I'll just put in my name, then date of birth, and just put it. Let me just select this, sex, male, contact phone number. You can actually put your contact phone number, put on your email, because if you don't put it, you are not able to actually submit this form because it is a required field. Now field paid, I can simply put the amount I've paid, and then I will simply click on submit, and then we have it. So save my response, and then we have it. So if we go back to the form, you can actually fill. You can see the one I fill responses. So these are modern ways of actually doing things to have responses and all of that. So you can see the number of response, average time, duration, name. You have quick analysis, number of male, female, all of that you are going to see. And then you can even take this take it further by open your result in Excel. You can say open. After collecting all responses, you can do that, analyze it in Excel. So we can click continue, and then you have your responses in an Excel sheet where it gives you more options to actually analyze, extract information, format, and all of that. And it's actually something that is wonderful. So we have Excel creating for us membership form, the Excel format, and then we have it. So we have it. You can see ID, date, time, everything. So everything is tracked for us by uh, Microsoft, and then we can, from here, we can analyze it. This is actually very wonderful. So you can see that this is the very, very good for us, and this is the modern way of actually doing things. Thank you so much. I want to thank you so much, and I'll see you in module 12. Thank you. All right, welcome. And in this section, module 12, we'll be looking at automation with macros and Word AI tools. That is, we're talking about how we can automate tasks with macros, and how we can do things faster, get things to do things more faster with Copilot, the AI assistants for Office suite across Microsoft Excel, Word, PowerPoint, and all of that. You can actually use it. Now, basically, we want to first of all learn how we can record macros. Then we'll go through the basic navigation of VBA editor, and then we can look at how, after recording simple macro, how we can actually make changes to it, and how we can generally get started with macros. Now, to get started with macros, there are a number of ways that which we can access that. And this lesson is particularly useful if you do repetitive tasks, and then you will just want to automate it using macros. So we can head to developer, and when we come to developer here, and then code under this command group, then we have all of these that we can actually work with. We can record macros, we can view macros, and then we can view the editor, the VBA editor, to actually step into our codes. After that, we can head to the same tab. We can head to the view tab, and then we have macros. We can click here, and then we can record macros, we can view macro, all of the same. And lastly, we can come to the bottom of our page, that is the status bar, and then we have these little icons. That's the a macro icon that we can click on it, and we can record a simple macro. Now let's just keep it simple. Let's start by, let me go to the developer tab, and then let's say we want to record our macro. Let's say, for example, you find yourself creating tables all the time, maybe 4x3 table, 5x2 table, no matter any kind of table. To enter, want to enter text, you want to enter data into it, and you find yourself doing it all over and over again. You can actually automate that. So let's say, for example, we head to developer, and then we can record macro. We click on record macro, and then this dialog box will actually come up. And before we actually go into that, let me stop here. Now, if you actually want to know all the commands using the VBA, want to see all the command, the shortcut that is associated with your Word, the version of your Word document, or your Word, your Office, and then your in conjunction with your keyboard and all of that, you can actually run a simple macro to see that. Now, to do that, come to view. Let me go to view, and then come to macro, and then click on view macro, and then you have this. This is how my own actually show, but I'll click here, and then I'll select Word document, and then I have all of this. You can see all of these, so many of them, but actually I want to check for list. So here I'm going to type to search, so I'll say list. So I want to look for the list command, so I'll click on the list command, and then I want to actually do what? I want to run it. So I'll click on run. Now we have this dialog box that says create a new document which lists current keyboard settings. So I want to say okay, and then I have a new document where Microsoft will actually listed all the commands, the shortcut, and the key for me. So if you look at my status bar, I have about 11 pages of different commands that I can actually execute using my keyboard when I'm working with Microsoft Word. See, you have a lot of them. Some are basic, some are very advanced, like this normal one, copy, Control plus C, and all of that. So we have all of these. There are so many of them. You can actually run that simple code also to determine the kind of command that you have in your office. Simply go to developer, go to view, very easy, click here, view macro, and then here type list, and then run it, and then it will give you all of this command where you can actually see the one that you have. So let me close this, and then we'll return to what we are doing. Now we head to the developer tab, and then we want to record a simple macro, and then this dialog box comes up for us. We first and foremost, we have to name the macro. That is the first thing we have to do. Then we have to assign the macro to whether a button or a keyboard shortcut. That's what we want to do. And here we want to select whether we want to have this macro to be available for all our subsequent Word document or only for this particular document. And then here we can write a short description about that particular macro, what it does. So here now I want to say this macro, I want to name it as a create. You cannot have spaces though. I will say create tables, or let me say create table. That's the name of my macro. Then I want to assign it to a keyboard shortcut. So I want to assign it to a keyboard shortcut. But before I do that, I want to click here and make sure that this macro is available to all documents. But if I want it to be available to only this document, I will select the name. You can see MS Word full course. If I want it to be available here only, I'll select this. But if I want it to be available to all documents, I'm going to select this. And then I can write a short description about that macro here, which I will just leave it like that, simple. That's the name of the macro. And then let me assign it to a keyboard shortcut. I'll click here, and then I have this. So now I want to assign it to a keyboard shortcut. So let's say, for example, I press on Ctrl C. Now it tells me that Ctrl C is already assigned. You can see it said Ctrl C is assigned. That is to copy. You can see. So I don't want to give that away. I will not want to use that. So I'm going to delete. So look for something. For example, I can say Ctrl H, and then you can see that Ctrl H also is assigned to replace, find and replace. So I don't want to also edit that. I don't want to give it away. And then I can look for, let's say, for Alt plus Ctrl plus Shift plus L. Look at that. So I have Alt plus Ctrl plus Shift plus L, and then it says it's unassigned. You can see this, it says unassigned. So I can actually use this shortcut to assign it to my macro. That's Alt plus Ctrl plus Shift plus L. So I'm going to click on assign, and then I'll close this. Now, as you can see, that my cursor has actually changed. So everything I do from now, the macro will actually record every step whatever I do. So now I want to go to insert, and then I will insert a table. Let's say a 5 by 5 table. Yeah. Let me have the 5 by 5 table. I have it to be a 5 by 5 table. Now I can go to table layout, and then I will want to select. I will say select table, and then I will want to fit it, every content that is in it. I will want to fit it here, and then I will want to type by saying, okay, I will say ID, then let's say I say items, and then let me say this is a quantity, and say, let me say this is a unit price. This is unit price, and then let me say this is a amount. Yeah, I have this. So let me again select the table, and then I've actually fixed this, and then I can go to table layout and select a particular style, Let me say this style. You can select this style. I think this is okay since we want to create a basic table. Now I think this is okay. Now since I'm done with everything I want to do, I can head back to developer. I can pause or I can stop recording. Now I'll stop recording macros. Now every step that I took to actually make this table to be like this has been recorded by the macro. Now we have assigned a keyboard shortcut to it, and then we can actually try it whether it will actually work. Now here I want to have that same table here. Now what I need to do is that I will simply press that keyboard shortcut that we applied the other time, which is Alt plus Control plus Shift plus L. You can see we have that same table. So if you do repetitive tasks, every time I want to insert this table, I don't have to go to insert the table, format, list all of these items. No, I simply have to run my macro and it gives me what I'm actually looking for. Now again, I will do it Alt, Control, Shift and L. It gives me that table. That is what I can do if I do repetitive tasks. Now look at the steps that were taken by this macro. We can actually view what is going on. For example, you can come to macro and then you can click on this, and then this is the name of the macro that we have created, create table. And then here I can run it from here. I can click on run, and then it's let me have it here. Let me create another, have my cursor here. So I'll do this and then I can run it, and then it gives me another table right from there. Or here, if I click on macro, I can step into it, I can edit it, I can create a new one, I can delete it, I can organize. Now let's look at what is going on. Let's step into it and then we see it. Now this is all the steps that I took in order for me to create that table, format it, put all the text, and then Word actually recorded every step I took to actually create that table. Now I'm going to divide my screen now. Let me divide my screen. I have this table. Now let's say I want to create this table. Let's see how this macro works. Let's see how it works. Now let's say I want to have a new table here. Let's see how it works. Now to run it, we are going to press on F8, or you can click here debug and then say step into F8. Now it moves into the next line of code that is there. Now from here, let me just press the keyboard shortcut and then you see everything here on this other side. Now I'm going to press F8 and then you can see it moves on, create that table for me. You can see that line of code. Then the next one, 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 the next one. You can see all the steps that I took. And then the next one, the next one. That table is selected. We have alignment. We have it. Then we type the text ID. The next one, we type item. The next one, quantity. The next one, you can see how the code is running. Unit price. The next one will be amount. Then the next one selected. Then the next one, the table style is applied to it. You can see, and then we have the end of the code. So this is how it works on the background. I'll just stop reset, and then we are good to go. So this is how it works to create whatever I have recorded. All my steps were recorded, and then every time I press that shortcut, it will actually give me what I needed. And I can actually do editing to it. For example, let's say this unit price, this text here, let's say I want to reduce it to unit alone. I can come in the code. This is it, we have it here. This is the line of code, that section. This is the line of code. I can edit it. So I can come in here, and as long as I'm within that quotation mark, I can do it this way, and then we have it. So I've edited unit price to only unit. Now quantity, I can edit it. This item, I can put, let's say I put item description. Let's say I have it to be item description, and then it is there. So when I run this code again, the changes will be applied. For example, let me put my mouse here, and then I'll press this button to run that code. I'll press it, and then you have it. You can see. So that changes that I've made automatically apply. Let me put it here. I can run it again. You can see ID, item description, quantity, then unit, and everything. Automatically it runs. So I can do basic editing, I can format, I can do a lot of things with my code also, if you actually know how to go about it. Now this macro we have created, I can go to macro. Now let me close the VB editor. Let me close it this way. Let me enlarge this, and then I can go to the macro, and then I can delete it. So I can delete the macro. So let me say delete. I will delete, and then the macro is gone. I can close this box. The macro is gone. Now we can also record another macro and then assign it to a button. So let's do that. I want to name this as a signature. Let's say I want to create a basic signature, and then want to assign it to a button. I want it to be available in all my documents. I will click on buttons, and then I have it. So it will help me to add it to my quick access toolbar. As you can see, it quick access toolbar, and then this is the macro. So signature, I'll just click on it, and then I will say add, and then it is added to my quick access toolbar. So in my quick access toolbar, I now have all of these commands: name file, open, save, email, undo, reduce, zoom, and then I have the signature, the macro signature. So in my quick access toolbar, so I can click on OK, and then you see I have the macro. So anytime I do now, it will actually record that process. So let's say I want to have a signature. I have this line. I want to type my name. I want to put in my, and then I want to say my organization. Now this text I can actually highlight it. I can do some basic formatting. I can go to home, and then maybe reduce the line spacing in between. I can bold it. I can increase the font maybe to 16, and then I have this. So now I know that every time I want to sign a document, this is my designation, this is my name, my designation. I want to put it there as my signature. I've recorded a macro for it. Now I can go to developer. I can stop recording. Now anytime I need to sign any document and I need to put my name, all of this, I'll just click on my quick. So the macro is already here on my quick access toolbar. I'll just click, and then it got inserted automatically. You understand? So I'll just click anywhere I want it. I'll click, it will be inserted automatically with those things I have done. So that is actually recording basic macro. And like I said, you can go into the macro. You can step into it to edit it. For example, I can add more. Let's say I want to add my third name. We want to add my let's say I want to modify this to be limited, add something to it. So I can have all these modifications, and then I can close the macro. Okay, here I have to stop. I have to reset it for everything to be okay, and then I can close. And now I can insert the, if I insert the new stuff, you will see what I'm actually saying. I can come here and click on insert, and then those things that I actually put my third name, which is this one, And then this, which is this, is actually reflected in that particular course. So these are things that we can do by recording simple macro. Actually come to the end of this course. I want to thank you, and in the advanced level we have actually covered advanced media and visual communications, and in module 10 we look at collaboration and referencing, and then 11 we actually talk about form security and restriction, and lastly in module 12 we actually look at how we can automate tasks with macros. And lastly, we are not able to talk about the AI tool for Word because currently the version of my office, the tool is not available. But I'll make sure that I follow this course. I will record it later and then upload it later for you guys as a form of addendum to this course. I want to appreciate you guys once again for staying with me since the beginning of this course. I want to thank God Almighty for giving me the grace to start and to finish and to actually upload for every one of you to enjoy. I spend a great deal of time and energy, and I didn't have so much resources. So I actually had to plan myself, do the recording, look for materials, do the basic editing, the little I know about editing, and then virtually did everything from beginning to the end. And I want to say thank you so much. If you have any question, you can drop in the comment, or you can reach out to me through my contact. It is available in the description. My WhatsApp, my email address, and every other thing is available in the description. If you actually needed me for a training, or you want to give a job to me, or whatever you want to ask me to do for you, I am actually available. And of course, this is a course that actually goes with certification. So if you actually complete all the tasks, take the quizzes and every other thing, I'm sure that you will get your verifiable certificate, a certificate that you can actually verify online. I want to once again say thank you very much for staying with me from the beginning to the end, and I will see you sometimes. I believe that sometimes I will see you again in one of these courses. Thank you so much.